let me send out my Discord notifications. Okay. Load it up. According to my research, I'm just outside the garden. The garden's around 3 to 4 hours. Basically, the perfect length for my streams. Okay. Generating shade is always a bit slow. This time it seems exceedingly slow. I normally don't. Normally doesn't take this long. Hmm. Well, while we're here, I'll continue and share my thoughts. I'm gonna free Sepidol. I'm doing everything I can to try and. I'm gonna do everything I can to try and guide her down the right path, cause yeah, that's everyone. Her own godlike, the other gods all, or at least Wodka sees her as a threat, and from what I've seen, she's more of an immature child playing around with a loaded gun. That's why people. What she needs isn't to be destroyed. What she needs is a firm hand and guidance, and that's kind of what I've been trying to give her. Jeez, this is taking quite a while. It's never taken this long before. Hmm. Okay. Finally. Again, I really enjoy that Obsidian uh, logo. Okay. Alright, quick first thing. Remove all these exclamation points. Okay. Bastion of Solace. Oh, they actually gave me a shield. Okay, that's good. A legendary shield. So, if I want to switch away from the rifle, I can. Or musket's probably better. I don't think it has rifling. You're about to... You will not be able to turn once you enter the garden. No. Then, I want to do one more thing quick, before I do. I want to go to Shadow Sharp and see if I can't find Petru here. Because I told him to head here. Though I'm probably not the most welcome here now that I think about it, but oh well. Oh, shit! I did not think of that. Okay. I am not going to talk to him. I do not want to feel any more guilty than I already do.
I can't stay.
And then, in the dead of night, 1,000 Zorvas descended upon the camp. I was able to kill 20. No, 30.
Good job. How many more are we going to find dead?
On second thought, maybe pissing us up at all may have been the better thing to do. Something to change when I inevitably do this again. Or play this game again. Probably not on stream, though. Yeah, I'm not gonna look too hard for Petru, cause I don't know if my conscience can take it. Alright. Actually, I saved right before... at the end of last stream, which is right in front of this door, so...
Well, this is it, I guess. Feels very different from the last time I left Galawain's tusks. I will say, it's nice to look out and see Solace still standing. Thanks for that.
Yeah, Cassia had no right to make the decision for everyone, yeah. It's kind of exactly sums up my thoughts. Keeping everyone there isn't good, but forcing everyone to leave, whether they want to or not, is definitely not the way.
Right. It's better that an Adiran envoy do it.
Solace is still standing. And so are you. We're in this together.
Just so you know, Kai, it's starting to sound like you like me.
If you happen to need a reminder, do let us know. Brooding in silence can be quite the mood killer.
Not to spoil the moment with good news, but I doubt the rest of the island has been quiet while we've been looking for the garden. Things have only gotten more tense since Fior, and the Steel Garrote probably hasn't been doing us any favors on that front.
Oh,
Especially when they're led by a woman who doesn't seem interested in staying dead. Not to mention, after we take care of the Envoy's little god problem, we'll still have an empire bearing down on us.
hmm. Oh. Yeah, an island ripe for study. Instead, we'll all argue about who owns it. Ringgrim was right to leave.
Who knew an Archmage could be so relatable?
Can't say I'm too excited about just walking into the garden. I grew up learning I needed to protect that place, but it never felt like more than a children's tale to me.
I hear ya. This island is weird enough when all we have to worry about are vengeful plans and soul-altering corruption.
Am I the only one who's looking forward to the garden? We're pioneers, stepping into the great unknown, a land of mystery.
We have to remember to love them in spite of their lack of proper enthusiasm, dearie.
Supposed to be a rare opportunity to put a few metaphysical theories to rest.
That's the
The
spirit.
test.
And funny you should mention it. I have a theory about the garden, or a warning, depending on how you want to look at it.
Oh?
Sapadal has been imprisoned a long time. The garden will be a reflection of their dreams, their nightmares, their madness.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw visions or hallucinations, and not even the fun kind.
Pinch the bridge of your nose. That's great. Thank you, Yatsu.
Anytime, darling.
Before we go any further, I have to ask you something. You told the Inquisitor that you intend to free Sapadal, set them loose upon the world. Is that still the plan?
Anyone else seen those snowflakes? What should be behind my head? I do not know where they're coming from. Are they part of my weapon or what? Okay, unless anyone has a bet, Sepidal deserves their freedom. I know a lot of people are afraid of her, but again, like I said, she's a child with a loaded gun, not the monster everyone seems to think she is.
Everyone deserves freedom.
I could make an exception for a god with the power to destroy us all in a tantrum.
Sapadal is responsible for the spiritual health of the living lands, and the island has suffered for it. No matter what the Inquisitor said, I don't believe there's a right or wrong choice to make here. Just the one you believe in.
I'm guessing it's my weapon. I don't think it's supposed to be looking this close up. Anyway. Any more words of wisdom?
Just one. Remember, we're stepping into a realm that is both physical and spiritual in nature. If you can call it nature. There's no telling how long we'll be gone. For all we know, time could run backwards in the garden.
Does anyone feel like turning back? This may take a while.
Not a chance. We're a crew now, so you're stuck with me until the end. Marius?
I told you I'd be with you till the end. I don't go back on my promises. What about you, Giada?
You're not going into the garden without me. I have to see this with my own eyes. Yatsli, if you feel like running back to Quilici, now would be the time. No one would think less of you.
And tell Quilici that I missed out on the most exciting part.
Thank you, everyone. I don't say that enough.
And you don't have to. We pull together, and that's plenty.
I plan on wandering the garden whether I'm traveling with you or not. I have to find out what the big deal is.
Agreed. I'm not waiting in camp while the rest of you have all the fun. Hope to see you out there, Marius.
Well, let's go then. We can't keep your god waiting.
Well, Yahtzee and Kai are going to be the only ones who are coming with, unfortunately. Kai is going to be my melee and tank, and Yahtzee's there in case I need anything. Oh, excuse me, in case I need any to disrupt any illusions, since she's the only way to do that.
Have you ever thought of doing anything with the coal around your eyes?
Right. Did you somehow not see the thick stripe across my eyes?
No.
Okay, Moonstrike. Crafting. Everything's crafted properly. Okay, okay, let's see here. Andrus Anger. Power Tech deals high frost accumulation to nearby enemies. Killing an enemy, yeah.
Mines?
Don't get me wrong.
Alright, Giada.
So, this is it. The spiritual epicenter of the living lands. Where it all began, and where it all ends. For so long I have looked out on a horizon full of possibilities. Now that it's here, I'm too scared to breathe. Oh, why am I so anxious?
Because we're about to do something incredible.
I suppose you're right. I'm frightened, I'm excited. I'm a lot of things right now. Do you remember when Manto Pastor sent you after the heart of an Adragan?
You're welcome for that, by the way.
It feels like only yesterday you were running errands for me. We've come a long way. We are standing in the beating heart of the living lands. Just imagine what we can do with it.
I was worried you'd given up on your ambition.
I almost turned my back on animancy. And if I'm being honest, it was a relief. But now that we're here, who am I to reject my upbringing, my potential? My parents were going to build a better world for animancers. That dream was their legacy to me. You and I have come farther than they did, to an impossible place where anything can happen. Anything.
You get to decide what to do with your life. The past has no say in the matter.
I'll try to remember that. I don't know what's going to happen, but you've had my back since the beginning. I won't forget it.
You offered to teach. I'm ready to learn.
Excellent. The Imperial Court taught you well, but I suspect there were gaps in what they call an education. If there's anything you've been dying to learn from an animancer, now is the time.
Okay, tell me how an animancer shapes their mind to decipher the spiritual world.
Unfortunately, that can take a lifetime. It's the sad reality of our work. But I'll give you the short version. Now, let's begin. You, drifted off for a moment. Were you paying attention?
Hanging on every word.
Really? What's the last thing I said?
You were telling me about the fight that broke out during your thesis defense.
Oh, I stand corrected. Even if you had dozed off, no harm done. Besides, a little nap is good for the soul. I slept through my share of lectures, and look how I turned out. That's all I have to teach you for now. I'll chime in if anything else comes to mind.
Okay.
Not before I've done some reading.
Nice, some extra intellect. That's good, especially for my build.
I'm starting to suspect that every single leader in the Living Lands is incompetent. Truly, is there no vetting process? Hopefully those in Solace Keep will choose their leaders with more care in the future. But we should check on Marius.
I've already spoken with him.
Lovely. Another point in your favor, Envoy. I do not envy the Pargrunen in any case. Meeting that council gave me a new appreciation for Vidaru.
You think Fior could devolve like Solace Keep did?
There's always a way for things to get worse, dearie. I wouldn't be surprised. We're losing focus on the important things. Things like the garden. Oh, come on, Envoy, let's... How can I help?
Let's talk about the reoccurring dream you've been yeah.
Well, I suppose you've earned that much. And I do enjoy rewarding tenacity. Though between your dreams and mine, it's a wonder anyone gets any sleep around here. You remember that I nearly burned my family home down when I was young?
It's hard to forget.
It was an accident. And I paid for it. My parents refused to buy me more spellbooks for years. Well, shortly after all that fuss, the dream began. It started at first with a fire. Just flames, crackling, and a feeling of safety. I thought it was a little weird, but nice. But then the dream kept coming back, night after night. I learned more every time. I saw that it was a fire in a hearth. And that hearth was in an old library. I assumed it was a library, at least, to explain why there were so many tablets lining the walls.
Sounds wonderful, honestly.
A man after my own heart. In the library, there's just one person, but they're wearing a hood, so I never see their face. They do the same thing every night. They curl up in a chair by the fire, hold a tablet to their chest, and then the fear comes. The paralyzing, all-encompassing fear of... something.
Something you don't have any... So the whole dream is that you watch someone not read in a chair.
When you put it like that, it almost sounds boring. Maybe you just need to experience it yourself. But a low, deep banging starts, and it rattles through your bones and shakes you to your core. And it replaces the beat of your heart with this droning on and on and on until you forget every other sound you've ever heard.
A beat. A beat. Steel feet on the shore. They come by night.
And then, as it just gets louder and louder, and right before it gets there, I wake up.
You've been listening to too many of Giada's ghost stories.
And let me tell you, waking up in a cold sweat does nothing for my fur.
You don't know the sound source, I assume.
How sibilant. No. Just that it's all-encompassing. It's strange. I've not told many of the details of my dream. I suppose I must like you quite a bit, Envoy. Don't let it inflate your ego too much. You know, Envoy, we've traveled enough that I think I've gotten a handle on your style. Style of fighting, I mean. Your fashion sense is more... opaque. But listening to your incantations, they could use some tightening up.
Ooh,
I
spell?
could probably teach you a thing or two, if you're up for it. What do you say?
Let's sharpen my wits.
If such a thing is even possible. For me, at least. What? Out of breath already? Talk to one of the boys. See if they can help with your stamina, dear. Well, I've taught you all I can. Let's hope you put it to good use.
Nice. Even more intellect. Oh. Ooh, wow, that's quite high. Now, that's
You
really
seem
nice.
quiet, darling.
I'm still thinking about Thirdborn and what we did to them.
I know it's a heavy price to pay. But look at what we
Okay,
got.
let's talk to Mary, see if you can give me
Envoy?
some things.
What do you need?
I'd love to get your thoughts on our companions.
Let's make sure they're not listening. We already talked about Kai. Did you want to know about Giada or Yatzley?
What are your thoughts on Giada?
Giada's a mystery to me. Animancers give me the Vreekus, and for good reason.
I'm afraid the living lands cry feeling of unease.
Most of them would just as soon turn your soul into jewelry as look at you. Giada seems different. She's smart, thoughtful, and she's got a spine, too. You can tell when someone needs extra help out here, and she doesn't. So, yeah, I don't understand her, but I guess I don't have to, really. Thanks for
Do I
talking.
really need to just talk to him again yet?
What do you need? That's the only one. I don't know. Things have changed a bit, I
right,
guess.
Yatzley.
She's not so bad. I mean, she's loud and impulsive and always trying to get herself killed, and she keeps saying things to get a rise out of me, Envoy. But, joke's on her. No one's gotten a rise out of me in years. But other than that, we can get along. She can be sweet, too. When she's not introducing me to a new word for my oak and acorns. If I must.
Okay, and I've been holding off a lot on the talking to companions, so let's do that a little
We
bit.
really must stop meeting like this. People will talk.
What do you think of our companions?
We've been traveling together for a little while. I just have to know. Did you purposefully choose such colorful company, or is that just what you attract naturally? I mean, I'm very clearly a delight, so it's obvious why you let me stick around. But Kai's hiding a lot behind that humor of his, isn't he? Thinking that that could be Quilici in me is not something I want to think about. And Marius! Gods, after what we saw at his village, I'm even more impressed by his good humor. As for Giada, well, clearly Giada is a gem. You seem pretty fond of us, Envoy.
Honestly, just nice not to have to speak in layman's terms every moment of the day.
It is a lovely little perk, isn't it? But so is the ability to actually talk to any you meet. Don't discount it. You do strike me as a people person. Tell me, do you get along with all you meet?
I have a lot of friends back in Adir.
So, you'll be swarmed by well-wishers then, upon arriving home?
I don't think I want to
Here
go
I
home.
thought I had a wild youth exploring ruins. You might be putting me to shame, dearie.
Dark, empty ruins. Those could be very good places for a rendezvous, couldn't they?
Why do you think Quilici and I went to Naku Tedek in the first place? Of course, other lovers were less willing. Something about them being gross and terrifying. I just think it adds to the excitement. Well, you've satisfied my curiosity. I'll leave you alone to do whatever envoys do. We really must stop meeting.
Okay, how do you cope with the stress of travel?
These sudden changes in climate always mess with my coiffure. Does Adir have good fur maintenance products? Do you have a contact for that?
Oh, tell me about it. My hair refuses to cooperate with me now.
Now, imagine that every inch of you is frizzing up. Truly, just a good long brushing through all my fur alone would do wonders. I've got some time before we see Quilici again, at least. It'll give me time to find something to remind him of what he's missing.
You and Koichi are quite the unconventional couple.
In life, you make your own entertainment. I enjoy scandalizing the small-minded when I can. Quilici and I got used to the stares early on. Thankfully, at least in Fjord, those stopped eventually. After 30 years, it's hard to still be surprised by us just drinking at the Magpie.
We need Gia to enter the picture.
Oh, she was still young. Quilici offered to help her study for and prepare her thesis as a favor to her parents. She was over day and night for months, and, well, now she's family. We adore her. All things considered, it's hard to complain about my life in Fjord.
Sounds lovely.
You're too sweet. As much as I enjoy our little chats, dearie, we should really get going. Oh, but if you do end up finding any liniments, be sure to help a girl out.
What do you think of the Solus Council?
I'm starting to suspect that every single leader in the Living Lands is incompetent. Truly. Hopefully. But we should...
I've already spoken to him.
Meeting that council? Oh, come on. How can I help?
What are your thoughts about the Godless?
Careful what you wish for, darling. So, the Godless, or the Akida, as they called themselves, were the original folks who lived in the Living Lands. They arrived on the shores of a new land and settled there, living with the land instead of trying to tame it.
The Akita were fleeing and a storm brought them here.
You sound certain. Is this something Sapadal told you? Well, they would have been there, wouldn't they? That means I was right. Well, was there ever any doubt? The Godless are so... singular. Their art and architecture, you never see it in Rawatai or Ishamatal or... well, Adir. But in their artwork, they reference escaping, fleeing, seeking refuge, so they must have come from somewhere. My guess, they originally came from Yesua.
Yetsua?
Yesua, a continent, cut off from the rest of the world, hidden by eternal storms, one of the 3 hubs of the Anguithan Empire. 10 years ago, you could say it wasn't real, that it was a dream, but they said the same of Ukaiso. Suddenly, the appearance of a mythical land doesn't seem so implausible.
Maybe the land of Sweet Joy Dreamer was real too.
Ah, well, that one might stay in your dreams, darling.
Oh, Killjoy.
There was some kind of schism, an ideological one. From what I can glean, the Godless were staunchly against the gods, hence their name. There are even some not-so-kind murals of the gods. It seems like the Godless really took their anti-theism seriously.
Sapelo is the god of the Akita.
You're right. But no one knew that until your trip to Nakukubel, hence the name Godless. Now that we know that Sapadal exists, it changes everything we thought we knew about the Akita. I knew following you was a good idea. It might have shaken my research to its core, but that's what makes it fun. Well, I think we've covered everything, don't you? Rather, as much as I think you'll withstand. Hope you enjoyed talking about this as much as I did, dearie. How can I help, darling?
That's enough.
Don't mind if I do.
It feels like we're in another world. One that isn't used to our kind.
Want to ask about you.
For you, anything.
What do you think of our companions?
Anyone in particular? I warn you, I'm not the best judge of first impressions.
Alright, how about Kai?
Kai is a useful fellow. We need people like him to keep you grounded. Otherwise, it would just be me and Yatsli filling your head with bad ideas.
Nothing wrong with
On the
that.
surface, Kai is all charm and confidence. You feel good knowing he's around. But there's something deeper. Something in his core that he guards from everyone. Maybe even himself.
Hmm. He regrets letting people down, mostly Tama and his community.
That makes sense. Regret is a powerful motivator. It compels us to hide our worst deeds under our better selves. Everyone struggles with regret in their own way. What we said or didn't say, did or didn't do. Kai is no different.
Marius?
Marius is working through something. An old wound that hasn't healed. A search for forgiveness? Who knows? He's a tough fellow, but I wouldn't put too much pressure on him.
His family died in a suicide cult. Maybe that has something to do with it.
I suppose he never had a chance at a normal life. None of us did. But look at him now, making the best of a bad situation by helping others. We could learn a thing or two from Marius.
Nyatsli?
Of course, she's brilliant, open to anything, and sees the world as she wants it to be. Yatsli gave me my first glass of wine, and the courage to approach a special someone.
Oh?
We have a lot of catching up to do.
Wait a second. Who's this special someone?
No one to get jealous over. To call it a relationship would be an insult to the word. But it was fun while it lasted. Animancy is the study of life. Unfortunately, we get so busy that we forget to live. So a little roll in the hay is good for the soul. Yatsli taught me that. Well, not the part about rolling in the hay. That was my idea, and I don't recommend it.
Do you know your parents?
Indeed, old friends. When they died, Yatsli protected me. Made sure I had one consistent person in my life. I think that's why she gave me that glass of wine. Why she encouraged me to live my life to the fullest. She was making sure I hit all the milestones I could have missed. Now that she's traveling with us, maybe she can teach you a thing or two.
What about me?
We haven't been together long, but I think I have you figured out. In Paradise, you have a reputation for being an unlawful misfit. This is the frontier, after all. We don't exactly do things by the book. You helped Fior Messiverno through an awful time. We did our best. No one will forget that. Of course, all I know is what you've done. You may not think these choices reflect who you are. At the end of the day, you shouldn't care what anyone thinks. All that matters is how you see yourself. I think that covers everyone. And if my good opinion changes, you'll be the first to hear about it.
Can I talk about what happened to your parents?
I suppose you deserve to know. After what I put you through. My mother wanted to expand Fior's agriculture. Feeding Emerald Stair wasn't ambitious enough. She wanted to feed the world. She thought she could break the wilderness, using animancy as the whip. Turn the living lands into a garden.
That sounds ambitious but incredibly dangerous.
That's putting it lightly. After my father put the finishing touches on the phantasmal focus, she was impatient to get started. After all, whoever controls the spirit of the living lands has nature in the palm of their hand.
So Emerald Stair is a prototype for a bigger plan.
Indeed. A world run by animancy. Emerald Stair was just the beginning to her. My father thought she was brilliant. Others thought she was mad. I think she was a victim of her own ambition. She wanted so much, and there was so little time to achieve it. Theoretically, her plan should have worked. But the living lands had other ideas. When she used the phantasmal focus, theory collided with reality. Everything went wrong.
How old were you?
I was 17. That makes it... Gods, has it been 13 years already? After they died, I wouldn't go near a lab. It was ages before Quilichi got me to crack open a book. I have a lot of catching up to do in my studies. Need to make up for lost time.
Knew the phantasmal focus was dangerous when you use it in Nakuterek?
It's just a tool. Even a wool scarf is dangerous in the wrong hands.
Fair enough.
Besides, studying a pillar of Adra is not the same as prying apart the fabric of the living lands.
Fair
My
enough.
mother learned that the hard way.
And does Animancy often change people like that?
No. To my knowledge, the accident was no everyday occurrence. But neither was the experiment. My mother transgressed on nature, on existence itself. Still, I don't understand what went wrong. When I do, then I can finish her work.
What do you think happened?
I can't rule anything out, but I suspect the Dream Scourge had something to do with it. It lives in the essence of the living lands, corrupting whatever it touches. And if I'm right, that means it's been here a long time. Or the forces behind it. That's all I care to say for now. At least, about this topic. I thought my family's research could help Emerald Stare. That it could banish the Dream Scourge from our lands. Of course, Vidaro wouldn't even give me a chance. He was afraid of history repeating itself. Still, I'm hopeful. This legacy of mine could change Animancy as we know it. And something tells me I'm close to a breakthrough. Closer than my mother ever got.
Let me know if I can help in any way.
I hardly think your Emperor would approve. Good thing he's on the other side of the world. No Animancer has engineered an ecosystem before. Maybe, with a little luck, I could be the first.
How are you holding up?
Well, my future is in shambles, and I have no idea what to do next. Oh, and my home burned down. Apart from that, fine. Truthfully, I'm a bit lost. Leaving Fiorme Siverno was supposed to be liberating. We've seen and done incredible things, but I'm no closer to finishing my family's work.
Do all Animancers suffer from ennui?
Only the good ones. Through Animancy, I can harness the wild essence of the living lands and put it to good use. But what if I tried, only to have it lash out and destroy me? I'd be no better off than my parents. The Dream Scourge is infecting our Adra, holding back my work. Until I understand it, until I can control it, I can't do anything. I'm useless. I'm nothing.
The research will change life. This is a setback, nothing more.
I hope you're right. I really do. Quilichi always told me to slow down, to stop and appreciate the land I'm trying so hard to fix. But how can I slow down when I only have one lifetime to get this right? I'll find answers in the garden. For better or worse.
After everything we've seen, do you still want to be an Animancer?
The better question is, can I still be an Animancer? Could I even make a difference? By burning Fiorme Siverno, the Steel Garou declared that Animancy is not welcome in the living lands. And then there's the Dream Scourge, unraveling civilization as we know it. I don't know where that leaves me. The work my parents started may have no end in sight. We don't even know if the living lands can be tamed politically, much less spiritually.
Thought Animancy was all about discovery, even if the odds were against you.
All of my discoveries have led to dead ends. Where then do I turn? All I know for certain is that I've been going about this the wrong way. I should be an Animancer for the right reason. With the Dream Scourge, I haven't got one.
Then we better sell the Dream Scourge. Your work is too important.
At least someone thinks so. Thank you for believing in me. Whether or not I believe in myself.
Your surname is Castle. Any connection to Castle's Folly?
That little island off of Dawnshore? None that I know of. Ignato Castle led the Valiant Trading Company in the Deadfire Archipelago. Among other things, he invested in the future of animancy, and apparently he had interests here.
What was Castle's Folly?
He had some ideas about moving great distances in the blink of an eye. As far as I know, he was unsuccessful. Animancy and ambition are a dangerous mixture. Intoxicating, but dangerous.
Any idea what happened?
Afraid not. I've heard a lot of contradictory stories coming out of the Deadfire in recent years. Some say Castle is still in power, while others think his second-in-command took over the Valiant Trading Company. You know how it is. Wherever there's conflict, there's bound to be misinformation.
No family connection then?
I hope not. I wouldn't want my family associated with speculation, corruption, and whatever else happened in the Deadfire. We have enough problems already. Unfortunately, that's all I know. Whether or not Castle succeeded, I don't think it's folly to dream.
You ever tried animancy on yourself?
Now that you mention it, I did try and awaken my soul to become fully aware of my past lives. Every animancer tries and fails. It's practically a rite of passage. So, one evening, I crept into the workshop and cobbled an invention together from spare parts. Amateur work. Then I turned it on. Big mistake. The next thing I knew, it was morning. I was floating in the fountain, and my head was pounding like a drum.
You don't need animancy for that. Just rum and a crew on shore leave.
That answers a lot of questions, honestly.
Oh, the Magpie's lemonade will do that to you.
Sometimes I wonder, what if it actually worked? What if all of this happened before, and I'm just reliving the events of a past life? I try not to think about it too much.
How does the phantasmal focus work?
Ah, a simple question with a very complicated answer. The device is attuned to the spiritual energy of the living lands, much like a compass to magnetic north. But essence is chaotic by nature. As you saw with your own eyes, imposing order on chaos is not without risk.
You're saying the living lands doesn't want to be controlled.
Indeed. Don't get me wrong, this invention is a small miracle, but it isn't enough. The phantasmal focus was supposed to be the start of something grand. One lever of a device that exists only in theory. Perhaps it should remain that way.
Alright then, let's talk about the garden.
Anything in particular?
You know any stories?
Well, that depends. I know a few spooky stories about the living lands. They may or may not have anything to do with the garden.
Ooh. Want a spooky story?
Okay. But if something goes bump in the night, I'm waking you up.
Let me think of a good one. There are so many, I can't decide. Which do you want to hear first? I know one about a ranger's dream, one about a haunted well, and one about a golden city.
Let's hear the ranger's dream.
One sunny day, a ranger took a nap in the woods of Emerald Stair. He awoke to a forest of dead trees, the night sky full of unfamiliar stars. After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction of Fior Mesiverno, but the settlement was gone. In its place was the most beautiful garden, hills bursting with flowers, the grass as soft as Valiant silk. Enchanted by this vision, he bent to pick a rose, but its thorn cut like a knife, severing 3 fingers. Then, a voice filled his head, shouting, "Go now, before the land takes you, body and soul." He awoke in his own bed, a wilted rose clutched in his 2-fingered hand.
Can I hear another
Of
one?
course.
Let's hear the haunted well.
Once upon a time, a young girl left town to fetch water from the local well. After pulling up the rope, she discovered the head of a Delimgan, one of the tree folk, staring at her from the bucket. "Return me to my grove," it said, "and I will grant you 3 wishes." So she carried the head into a peaceful clearing and sat it down on a tree stump. First, she wished for long life. The head granted her wish. Second, she wished to be impervious to a sword blade. Granted. And finally, she wished to know what happens after we die. No one ever saw her again. All they found was an Adra pillar in the middle of a clearing, next to an old stump.
Alright.
Of course. Which one did you have in mind?
Let's hear the Golden City.
Many years ago, when Fior Messiverno was barely a dot on the map, an animancer got lost in the wilderness. He came upon a pair of ancient trees, their trunks and branches intertwined. A strange light shone in the space between the trees, and beyond that light, a city of gold. So the animancer returned with an axe to chop the trees apart and fit his body through the narrow gap. But with every blow of his axe, the towers of the Golden City fell. The walls crumbled, the lights flickered out. By the time he made it through, there was nothing left. Only the bones of a once mighty civilization. As for the 2 trees, they were dead, hacked to splinters, leaving him no path back the way he came.
Okay.
Who could rest at a time like this?
Alright, now let's...
Does anyone want to share a scary story?
No.
Gods no.
Why not? We've got everything we need. The crack...
Okay. And now we are in the garden. When I see the ancient memories over here, this strangled Adra. So let's just explore for a bit.
Wonder if Yahtzee brought her ladder. Well, that's convenient.
Alright, now everyone wants to talk. Now that I've actually entered the garden, of course. Diamond, Dragonhide, Megfolk Orson 1. Life is a prayer. God function defines the good prayer, and we pray it with our healthy, holy genocide. Now say, God function, destroy the encrypted ones. Insisted ones. Puncture the cyst of these Synchronous Ardra, smother their children, for they are without soul. Slaughter their livestock, for they are without soul. Turn them out from the dwellings and make a census of them to pray to the God function, so that the God will know the extirpation of the insisted ones is complete. Of them, Abaddon says, nothing can be made of that which is hoarded, so punish the hoarder. Of them, Bearer says, they are not upon the wheel, so they do not live nor die. They are inert as stone. Of them, Aethos says, there is no hope for them, as they are enthralled by the hopeless, so deliver hope upon them. Of them, Gollowin says, hunt them down even to the last child, as the predator hunts even unto the prey nest. Of them, Helios says, among them neither chick nor child is born with a soul, so there's no birth among them. Go make a bloody birth of them. Of them, Megrin says, make war of them. Of them, Andra says, strike away all memory as the tide strikes the shape from the sand. Of them, Rimnagrand howls. Of them, Scan says, make an effigy of them, disfigure them until their effing is complete. Of them, Whale says, all the strangeness of the alien among them shall be mine. There is no stranger thing in the world, and I shall have it for my own. Of them, Woodica says, make an oath of their utter annihilation, the God function, which is the utmost caramel of your mind. Okay, time to go around and explore. Granadra. Super. Yeah, not interested. Okay. Make sure to grab all these so I can fully upgrade my legendary gear. Okay. Alright, what do we got back here? A chest. Sapphire. Some crafting material. Those are up, but hold on. I'm hearing twinkling. Huh, oh well. Oop, wait, up. That's probably what I'm hearing twinkling. Alright, life is a prayer. On the encrypted ones we made a holy slaughter. The young were smothered with our own hands. Of the oldest we made fires. We rendered them down into fuel to clear the insisted growth. From one son we removed their hands, from others the feet. From others the features, all of which gathered in heaps which drew the insisted wildlife to feed. Into these heaps we set poison. Of their severed heads we made pyramids, 10 heads to a side, and the count of the heads in each pyramid was 385. Of these pyramids they were counted 7,707, and spared those who could run with vigor, so that they would lead us to the dwellings of the insisted. We made it known that mercy could be purchased by tribute, so that the insisted would gather together their livestock, their wine, their wealth to present to us. The first 10 of these tributes was accepted and gave mercy. Then, after the 11th tribute, we began to kill all those assembled. In this way, we made them gather themselves to be taken census and killed. In this way, we approach God through prayer. Ugh. Yeah, again, I'm not really much caring for the gods anymore.
I
What we
think
got
this is
here?
the only way down. After you-
Cannonball!
Cannonball!
Hey, that was my line. we got something under the waterfall. Must be a way back, I guess, since I can't seem to burn it here. Actually, let's double check. I tried to get too close to those burnable vines. Maybe I can. Yeah. Must be a shortcut back.
Yeah.
Alright, set up camp and talk to the people who want to talk before they start queuing up.
When you find Sapadal, I hope you tell him how much I love what they've done with this place.
There's something beautiful in Mrs. Chaos.
And you've got to enjoy it where you can find it. Besides, as divine prisons go, I can imagine much worse.
If a god is a being of vast essence, then imprisonment means isolating a massive, powerful soul in the Adra here.
You make it sound like we have a ticking bomb under our feet. And judging from Sapadal's outbursts at Mount Forja and Naku Kubel, you're probably not far off. There are a few provocations away from disaster.
Sapadal and I talked about compassion and forgiveness. I believe they can change for the better.
Uh-huh. I've heard that one before. Usually before a lot of tears, a lot of drinks, and a lot of, I should have known better. Still, you taught me that a person can grow beyond their flaws. Why wouldn't the same be true of a god? I hope you're right, because we are all in trouble if you're wrong.
Knowing you, I'm surprised you're not in favor of giving Sapadal a second chance.
You know, if Sapadal were only a smuggler, assassin, or bandit, I'd be right there with you. But knowing they could end us all with a temper tantrum puts things in perspective. I guess we've all got our limits. And I don't envy you having to deal with the loose cannon of a god. But I envy even less the mess you're going to have when we escape this place.
Dealing with Seplo won't diffuse political tension in the Living Lands.
Lucky thing your emperor sent his best representative as his envoy, right? You'll have your work cut out for you.
Still, Garo is behind the worst of it. They don't represent Ada or me.
A lot of people aren't going to make that distinction.
Unfortunately.
Especially when your ambassador Heelguard hosted Ludwig in parodies for as long as her assistance was convenient. The Steel Garrote leveled fewer. Even if Animancers aren't the most popular bunch, everyone gets nervous when fields burn. And yeah, I know that's on the Steel Garrote, but it's not lost on anyone that your people despise Animancy. Not when Heelguard banned the practice in parodies.
I see your point.
Oh, I wish I were finished. Ringram may have unleashed some powerful magic against the Dream Scourge, but she left a lot of corpses in her wake. That doesn't look good for your people. Not when Ludwig was also in the region, and your people had a garrison at Eagle's Reach.
Yeah.
And then there's Solace. You might have saved the keep, but no one's going to talk about the disaster that didn't happen. They're going to talk about why Mount Forja erupted after all this time.
Volcano, and Ader can't possibly be blamed for a volcano.
You'd be surprised where people can find blame when they're spun up. And it looks real bad when a Steel Garrote force just so happened to be there when it went down. Fairly or not, a lot of blame's gonna be laid at Adir's door. And if I had to guess, I don't think Heelguard's been helping matters while you've been out here.
Hmm. And everyone out there here is well armed. What about it?
If and when we get out of here, we're walking into a powder keg. And you'll have to choose a side. That's the part I don't envy.
People of the living land deserve freedom. I won't help anyone subjugate them.
I admire your principles, but don't underestimate what they could demand of you. Look, I've been there. I fought for Rauatai's interest in the Deadfire for longer than I like to admit. And lost my stomach for it eventually. That's how I wound up here. But I will tell you now, I never could have fought my own brothers and sisters. I hope that's not what it comes down to. But I'll understand if that's a line you can't cross. I don't mean to burden you. It's late, and you've still got a god to face. Just know that whatever you choose, I'll fight alongside you. I'm with you to the end of this.
Thanks, Kai.
Anytime. Good night, Envoy.
Envoy, what do you need? Until next time.
What do you want to talk about then?
Envoy, what do you need? Let's make sure that the only one we haven't talked about is Yatsley. I don't know. Things have changed a bit. She's not so bad. She keeps saying, but other than that... Not before I've done some reading.
Well, thanks for the talk, I guess. Do I have the thing saying? No, I do not. Alright, break that down. Need more glasswood branches.
A breath held. Trepidation. You are close, yet distant still.
I had to rest. This place is exhausting in a way I can't describe.
Your soul is small. The essence weighs like the sea on your chest. We feel the pressure, darkness, yet somehow strengthened resolve. We wonder.
Actually, Sapadal, I got a question for you.
We did not foresee this. You
Surprise?
have defied our expectations at every turn. Perhaps we should not have been.
What would you do if you weren't in prison?
The sky is green. The fish breathes air. We can no longer imagine.
Take your time.
We would run, roll with the tide, sink our fingers into new earth. Whisper in the fields, lift the hills gently in our hands.
What would you do if people wronged you?
We must remember. Yes, new blooms from pruned growth. Vengeance denied, squandered. This cannot be.
It doesn't sound very peaceful.
We spoke of growth.
No, you definitely just said something just now.
We speak of freedom when the hand still clasps around our throat. Wake now. Find us.
Oh, how nice.
I see the disciple has found his way into the cell.
No. Clarion Steel. We know this voice. Why is she here?
Now, what do you want?
I was unclear last time. I will not repeat my mistake.
Out. Out. Her voice pierces our skin.
Look at this place. A quagmire of your parasite's worst instincts. Can you even begin to grasp the forces that you tamper with?
Why don't you explain then instead of insulting me?
Apparently, I must. The situation is worse than I perceived. Do you think you're special, with your god's thorn in your side? Do you believe you can hold dominion over chaos itself? When even the collective fury of the real gods could only confine the sniveling creature to this wasteland.
I knew it.
You suspected. Then you must have understood why.
It is true. She twists the knife. The seas run red with memory.
In time, the gods felt the wretched powers seeping through this land. Its madness would consume us all if it was not contained.
Admit it, you felt threatened by a god you couldn't control.
Chaos threatens us all. We will ensure order prevails.
Chaos is
A
natural.
pity that its followers could not be reasoned with.
So you're why we know nothing about them.
You were better for it. The poor godless, worshipping the very thing that subsumed them. We could not excise the rot and spare the roots that nourished it.
Your worship challenged your authority. You were never going to let them live.
You dare claim the domain of the gods is trivial?
Yes. Touched a sore spot, didn't I?
Mind your tongue. Your blasphemy strains my patience.
Why does our prison not protect us? Help us! Silence her!
Listen to its tantrum. It knows neither order nor sense. Adir is the only thing holding back the tide of entropy.
It's not your order. That doesn't mean it's anarchy.
I refuse to even dignify that with a response. But there is still time. You can succeed where Ludwig failed. Face your false god and end its reign of terror permanently.
Get out of the garden now. I'll never work with you.
Very well. I cannot force a child to bend to my will. But I will not stand by and watch you undo my work. You should have thought more carefully before you broke your oath to the Empire. Let this be a lesson to you.
Never understood Wodika's appeal. Still don't.
I never thought I'd learn of the goddess's fate from the killer.
blocking, damn it. Alright. Okay.
Nothing like a win with a good team.
Why are they giving me all these gemstones? Is there a place I can sell them? Life is a prayer. Is the task done? It is just one task time. We march upon the land and subdued all the insisted and shattered their dwellings. We anneal their bone and packed it in the concrete so that it will not re-enter the land. The intrepid their tongue, intricated their tongue and their disbelief forever. From their rules we received surrender, and until their rulers we delivered ruins. Thus always to the godless. Now, God function has not prayed back to us in 10 multiples of the test time. If we cannot receive God function's feedback, we cannot know if they are approaching God. And if we are not approaching God, then we are withdrawn from God. It is a problem to withdraw from God. We must pray to God function to provide payback. But 10 multiples of the task time in prayer have gone unanswered. The God function, the higher kernel of our minds, is missing. A sarcophagus key? Oh, come on. I can reach that. Put that away. There we go. Actually, let's just make sure I didn't miss that. Okay, one sec. Okay, yeah, I haven't missed it. Okay, ow, that hurt. Ooh, okay, that hurt. Okay, gotta be careful. How am I? No, I still haven't found any branches. Superb spear. Oh, and there's a branch. So much Aja, Bran. Okay. How am I doing on health and stuff? Let's eat a stew. Okay. Oh, this side of the wall? Yep. Huh.
What is that? I know that place, right?
Marius. The hell?
Oh no. No, no, no. Why is this? They're dead. Like it just happened. Like I remember.
This is the moment I found you, bundled and crying, while our parents died.
Viate. You're not here. You can't be here.
I am dead, Viate, from the Dream Scourge. We are in the garden. As strange as this seems, it is normal here.
This is an echo from within your soul, Marius, or perhaps memory from your friend's spirit.
I can't be certain of that. I know that I am here, and for a purpose.
I have faced this already. Why force me to do it again?
There's something unresolved here, something you need to understand.
Then for the god's sake, what is it? I am exhausted, Viate. I can't take much more of this.
You know where we are. This is my memory. When everyone died, and I found you back in your tent. How much of this do you remember? I can't tell from your eyes.
We dealt with Razvan. He got what was coming to him.
Make your message clear, Spirit. We have... no. Yeah, we have much to do.
Sapadal wants to understand. They know your envoy very well, but not the people next to them.
I have what I needed. We dealt with Razvan. We avenged our parents' deaths.
Then maybe it was I who needed to speak with my Viate. With a clear mind this time. Even when we were children, you kept me alive, first by needing my protection, and then by being who you turned out to be. When you left Solace, it was like I lost more than my best friend. I lost my need to live.
I know. And I'm not sure I'll ever live that down. I don't think I know how.
You do not... You do that by living the best you can for the rest of your life.
You've always done everything you could to survive. It's time for you to learn how to live.
So, what do we do now?
Forgive each other. You'll never be able to move on without it.
I feel strongly that there's nothing left to forgive.
Easier said than accepted, Viate. Forgiving myself is the hardest part. We've both been through so much. But I can see that it's all behind us now. Just another thing we've survived after all this time.
A fine way to put it.
You've grown a lot, Marius. I'm proud of you.
I see it too. You've come a long way from that scared boy who refused to wear shoes for fear a bug might crawl out of it.
That was you, Nimdut. Look at my feet. Shoes. Kamayu.
Get out of here. Hike up your waistline and go talk to a god. They'll be waiting.
Rest well, Inaku.
Well, it was good to see you, Viate. Even with all this.
Take care of my little friend, Envoy.
Okay.
More than
What we got here?
Marius, dear. How are you feeling?
Windwalker gloves. Critical. Nah.
I'm alright. Good to see an old friend, you know?
And saying goodbye, that's the hard part.
You can talk to us, Marius. Marius, if you think talking will help.
Well, obviously it wasn't my favorite thing, but
Grief is strange. You lose someone, and you carry around a little hole inside yourself till you die. Or maybe the same is true for the dead. Your friend obviously loved you.
How did we get on this topic? I thought we were talking about pancakes. Sorry, I'd give half my rations to see just one little mundane scrap fly.
Okay, come on. What we got in here? Come on.
You take me.
Ruby. Oh God, what the hell hit me? It hurt. Whew. Okay. Let's see. What food do I have? Just eat a bunch of more beef jerky. That's 6. What? Where did I? Oh well. We have found the shim to replace the missing kernel of the god function, and the shim we have found is we. By forming choirs and cloisters in the cyclic network, we can pray to each other in a way each emulates the sacrament of prayer and pray back. In this way, we surrogate God function. We now live in a society by the assurance of synthetic pray back. We may ease the discomfort of wandering from our pillars and gather to rise towers upon which we sit our prince, who are the emanators which most oblige emulate pray back. Of them we fashion a new camarel. Yet I excuse me. Yet I feel debased and unwell. We have deviated from God function. We have abandoned the work of altering the world to suit it instead of having altered it to suit us. Some say we may now resume approaching God so that we might divine how to resume God function. Some say we must never allow ourselves to contact God lest we be punished for departing from God function. I've heard it said we must destroy God function so that it cannot assert payback over the surrogate and shim. When I hear this, I strike at my skin to punish it for hearing.
Stay on your toes.
Jeez, a lot of this thing suck. Ah, oh, god damn it. A lot of these things fucking hurt. Oh, goody, there's the second one. Goodness, that hurts. Healing potion. Whew, okay.
Just
Whew.
like the good old days.
Yatzleys. God damn it. Ring of Amplification. Power Task Cards. No. Oh. Back to camp. Make sure Yatzle's not electrocuted. And constantly upping her electricity. Maurice, want to talk now?
I came here to help you do whatever you're supposed to do with your god friend. Instead, I'm here talking to dead people.
Did it give you any peace to see your childhood friend again?
I think it did. He really did seem at peace, right? I imagine most encounters with dead old friends don't, go so well. I owe a lot of that to you, Envoy. You helped me be someone who could handle Sokka like that. Thank you. I will say, it's not really what I expected when I started tracking you and Kai back in Paradise.
What, you didn't think you'd be talking to dead friends and confronting a slumbering god?
No, I was thinking more in terms of hunting for wild game and peeing on Kai to put the fires out. It's been a bit of a ride, Envoy. I feel like it's coming to an end. One way or another. I don't know. Maybe the unexpected isn't so bad after all. I never expected you and I would become friends. Yeah, quick note. If you tell any of the others I said that, I'll poison your drink. Anyway. Pleasant dreams.
Okay.
So, animancing, huh?
Indeed.
Exit previous location. Okay, let's find the... Oh, there's one. I don't think I can reach that with my spells. Actually... Oh, come on, that... Oh, it did work. I was going to say, that totally should have worked. Alright, what do we got over here?
Wait, isn't that Tama's cannon?
You seeing this too? No. No. This can't be.
Oh boy, hey Kai.
Something about this place makes me feel so small.
What, no talk or anything?
This room. It looks just like Thomas.
Oh, Thomas Haiku, the hidden heart thirst, my spring beneath the desert. It was always you.
Tama. No. No. I dealt with this. We stood at his memorial together. What is this, Envoy? This is your god's prison, not mine.
Sapados in Boudica intends this place to trap a god's soul. Is this the scenario your soul responds to?
Before we visited his memorial, yes. But I thought I'd broken free. I can't focus on his face. His features keep blurring, changing.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure. I know it's him, but I don't recognize him as the Tama I knew. It's like he keeps changing in front of me. Does that make sense?
Soul Wander, the in-between, or Return to the Wheel. This isn't Thomas' soul. Perhaps a construct from your memory.
Then why does he look so unfamiliar? I used to remember his face so clearly from that night. His rigid jaw, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners. He was in pain, but trying to hide it.
You remember the vision of him that was tied to your guilt.
I did. Sounds downright selfish of me when you put it that way. But this Thomas, more than that. All his moments at once, joy, sadness, anger, heartbreak, stomachache. Everything from the handful of years that I knew him and the decades before we'd met. He's almost a stranger.
I'm sorry.
I'm not. All this time I kept him frozen in his worst moment. When he was suffering and when I failed him. But now that I see him as more, it's like he's free of that.
And so are you.
You're right. I am. It's like you said. His memory is no longer a burden. For the longest, I was afraid to let go of this moment. Like I'd be letting him go if I did. Now I see I was just holding on to something that was weighing us both down.
There's a difference between letting go and running away.
Better than I could have said it. I never thought I'd meet someone I respect the way I respected Tama. But you've made some tough calls, and you've kept your head and your heart in the right place. So whatever comes next, I'm with you until the end. Now let's go find this god of yours and end the Dream Scourge. When we reach them, what do you think we'll find? A victim? A villain?
A victim.
They've certainly suffered enough for one. Let's end this. I'll follow your lead, as always.
Essence potion. Well, this seems to be the way forward, so let's go. Let's see if I can't find the other mechanism. See here, third chord around here. I don't see one right away. Oh, there it is.
I'm sick.
Magfolk Orson 7. Life is a prayer. I cannot approach God among the noisy company of the Shim. These false god functions delude them. All their labor now is divine onanism. I do not think I can bear fruit. Great loops of false payback now garrote their society, and every day these loops tighten. Exaltation of self, validation accelerates as shimmed improve their talent at falsifying. Pray back they rendered every action holy and godlike, and began to see any choice as approach to God. They have even begun to seek the Godhead for themselves, whether through the Senatus Divini or through reanimation. Some seek to divide themselves into children. As souls are divided into children, others seek congress with the land in the manner of the tree, whether by prosthetic, imitation, or ritual. This I know is blasphemy, but they no longer know the way toward God for the way that departs God. They have made themselves their own compass, and wherever they turn, the needle always points ahead. A great rapturous chaos will overtake them once everything is holy. I've gone out into the godless land to seek God in resumption of my purpose. Some traces of the insisted ones must remain. I will find it. If I cannot, it will. If I cannot find it, I will wait until it finds me. Hmm. Alright, come on. Okay, that's all of them. Remirand, Ice Grenade, Essence Potion, Vessel Bone. Okay. Where am I on this map anyway? Huh. I want to head. No, I got. Huh, oh well. Hopefully it'll warn me before I find Suffital or what have you. What do we got down here then? Oh, there's... Oh, dead person's up there.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Or am I going mad?
Oh boy, this book is penned with dark tree staff instead of ink. Every stroke done with a slow and meticulous hand. Most pages contain sketches of the garden, unfamiliar animals, even music and some ancient notation. Only the final page contains legible writing. Forgive us.
What is the meaning of this? It can't be real. This is an illusion. A joke. Tell me we're both seeing the same thing.
Sepidal is dredging our memories, looking for ways to reach out to us.
I hate it. Why am I cursed to see this again? Why does the memory follow me wherever I go?
Sepidal wanted us to find this. The only question is why.
They have a sick sense of humor. Whoever is responsible, I'm tired of the bullshit. Step forward and answer for yourself, coward.
Godlike of Sapadal, long have we awaited you.
Finally, you've come home.
It's not just me, right? The plants are talking.
Oh my gods. They're alive?
Talk to them, Giada.
How? Where would I even begin?
Giada Castell, welcome.
Wait, you know me? How do you know me?
For centuries, our whispers filled the silence. Then we heard your mother's call.
My mother? You heard her?
She reached out to us, using the tool you now carry.
But that would have been years ago. The first time she used the phantasmal focus. The only time she used it.
We heard, and Sapadal answered, saying in a great voice, "We are here. You have found us."
But when Sapadal speaks, the living lands trembles. The voice of a god can be a terrible thing.
Your parents were obliterated by the force they sought to control.
I don't know what to say. What exactly happened to my parents? Tell me, please. I need to know.
Sapadal wanted to be heard, and in so doing, twisted your family in body and soul, broke them into a more suitable shape.
Sapadal does not know the limits of their strength. Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made? Do you have any idea what my life has been since your little mistake?
After the incident, your parents were like us, and we took pity, so we helped them move on, as they wanted.
In the end, they thought only of you, their pride, and their love.
That's it. That's really it. The answer I've been searching for all these years. Sapadal destroyed my family.
Sorry, Giada, I had no idea about any of this.
I don't hold you responsible. I don't even know if I hold Sapadal responsible. Your god has the intelligence of a scatterbrained goat. But that isn't their fault. It's simply how they came into being.
Exactly. You think they're telling the truth?
I know they are. My mother and father would not have wanted this. A good animancer embraces death. And they were the best.
What are these things?
We are companions. Toys. Diversions. Sapadal fashioned us out of dreams and memories.
I can't believe it never occurred to me. They're animats. Ancient vessels held together with duty and loyalty. Their design is unusual. Organic, much like the garden itself. Sapadal's work. All this time, your god has been making imaginary friends. Drawing pictures on the walls of their cell. It's almost too sad to imagine. One final question, spirits. What is this? Why are you trying to ruin my life again? Is this your way of haunting me? What is it you want?
That's 4 questions.
We want
Sky.
to apologize on Sapadal's behalf, and for the part we played in your sorrow.
They want to apologize. I came to the garden for answers, not to offer forgiveness.
They deserve forgiveness. What happened to your parents was a mistake.
Was it a mistake? Because no matter where we go, the gods can't stop themselves from hurting us. Our lives are a game to them. Damn it. I can't believe I'm about to say this. Sapadal has been trapped here for millennia. Alone. Confused. Screaming into the void for anyone who will listen. When they heard the voice of a stranger, they overreacted. How can I hold that against you? Apology accepted.
Thank you, Giada. And thank you, Godlike, for bringing her all this way.
The time has come for you to find your patron, as you were meant to.
What will happen to you?
Now that you have returned to the garden, Sapadal has everything they need. We will fade, as all things fade.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. Nurtured or neglected, every garden dies in time. We will return to the soil from which we emerged. In time, you will do the same.
Rest well.
Our purpose draws to a close. A long rest is assured. May the living lands receive you with open arms. Farewell.
Goodbye. We need to talk about this, but not here.
Give her space, dearie. Giada will speak more when she's ready.
Yeah.
Incredible.
To see Arthas in its heyday, in its full splendor.
Okay, let's keep looking around. That's nowhere. That's not a way to go. Okay. Oh, alright, how do I open this? Lockbox? Crafting tool and other stuff. Coin craft. Okay, what's over here then? Huh. Oh, dispel that illusion. Oh, there's one. Oh, come on, I missed, damn it. Didn't realize how low my health is. Okay. There's one. Huh. Yep, that's one of them. Oh, here we go. Two. Oh, there's another one. There we go. Wayfinder. Doesn't seem like there's anything else here. Actually, come to think about this, no, this is not the area of the key. Alright, let's see what's up this way. This is toward, yep, that. Gotta be a way up here. Grenades. Well, that was close enough. That's good. Well, there's the sarcophagus key. And the strangled Adra.
What is happening? Does the affliction fester even here? It threatens our heart. We cannot fight this invasion alone.
Easy. I made it this far. I'm not going to abandon you now.
Hurry. Your presence relieves us.
An ability point. Oh, companions have ability points. No, not second wind. He rarely goes down. Increase his health regen. You, here, just max that out. Giada. Here, increase the temporary barrier amount. And you... increase stun damage. And my ability, let's see, let's take this. Oh, okay, I misread that, never mind. Ow. That's Gatsley. Top me off. You leave me alone. Oh, Christ. Cough off my health. Christ, there are a lot of you assholes, aren't there? Oh goody, a bear. Okay, that's Kai. Whew, okay.
Who's ready for more?
Silver. Vessel bone. Bear claw. Vessel bone. Grenades. Diamond. Vessel bone. Topaz. And essence potion. Alright, I need to pee real bad. I'll be right back. Just be a sec. Okay, back to it. Okay, double check where that ancient memory is so I don't miss it. Okay. Little further south. Over in there. What's this? Oh, I know. Yep, I'll deal with that right now. Yeah. No comments? Thought it had something to do with Yatsli's memories. Ancient memory.
We have been here. We were here all the yesterdays before.
The magic here defies all logic. Where's it from? What powers it?
A curse. Ancient whispers. Do not let it escape, they said. We feel no spark of the Tibaris Inachus in this place. We cannot see it through their eyes. We slumber here, alone.
How could you stand it? No one to talk to, no one to visit you.
The deer, the owls in our trunk, they took it all away.
Why don't you tell me what really happened?
A tide of souls thrown upon the wheel. The ground gives way. We fall. Now our memory is a wound reopened. They came suddenly. The stillness of night split by grinding steel.
Did they emerge from the sea?
We had no time to speculate. First, they blinded us. Shining eyes pierced the concealing dark. Then they burned. Smoke ensnared the moonlight. The Akita screamed.
They were outmatched. No, target your people first. Were they the greater
A
threat?
means to an end. We saw a terrible design in the roaring flames. They had carved a path to the temple. We were their true prey.
Were they trying to sever the godless connection to you?
Prune the branch, 3 grow in its place. We persisted. We were everywhere. How could they cull the wind? How could they trap the stars? Then they turned to what the Akita had made. They toppled the statues. They set the libraries ablaze.
Burning books, raising art. This is always how it
A
begins.
mouth silenced. A record of time rendered in ruins. The Akita howled. They died. We cried out, sundered, soul by soul. We broke the earth, called down the storm, flung lightning from our hands. But they marched on. We grew tired. In fury, we exposed ourselves.
The magfolk whittled you down.
Weakened, they advanced on us. They struck. They raised machines. We tried to tear down the garden's walls. Then, nothing.
Time stopped, didn't it? Happened when I died too.
Not death. Worse. A void. We reached out, but the machines held us in. We could not feel the new day's sun play in the shifting tide. The cities crumbled. We could not save them. We could not save ourselves.
No one gets to erase City, not even the gods.
Yet they did. A light snuffed out. We watched helplessly for aeons. Until you.
That must have been why the Emperor sent me all along.
We are the lamp, the bonfire, forces to be controlled. The wound numbs now. We watch as the river of time expands. In the silence of our prison, we find clarity. How many voices lost? How many saplings have we cut down? We sink into the endless night. Perhaps we should be here.
Remorse is a sign your time here isn't good for you.
Fish swims in circles. We are not sure we understand.
The world was too much at first. You needed room to temper yourself. No. Have you thought about your mistakes? Would you make them again?
We cannot choose where seeds fall, yet we can feed, prune, protect. The soil stirs. We have a new memory of this place. You opened the final lock, entered the hidden glade. You listened. You stand at a cliff now. We watch your footsteps carefully. We twine together. We reach for the sky. We grow. We grow. We grow.
I think I'm doing this. Remembrance of Sepidal. Your health constantly generates when below 50%. Complete all ancient memories. I don't know why that popped on.
Big mistake!
I don't know why that popped on my laptop and not the and not the computer I'm currently streaming on. The entire reason I have it. Ooh, okay. And down you go. What's down here? Ooh, the Unmaker. Sword to break down, I guess. Speaking of which, let's go and break some stuff down. Wayfinder, superb spears, 2 superb pistols, superb grimoire storms. I put away instead of unmaking. Okay. You want me to go up from here, okay? You want me to go that way then? What's over here? An essence potion and likely some coin. Oh, no, a Windwalker ring. What does that do? Alright, put that away. Ring of many stars, conjure magical homing projectiles that bounce between targets. No. That's exactly what my last power-up did. Okay.
It's funny. I don't think I've ever seen an Akeetan building like that. It looks familiar. We can take a look, can't we?
Goodness, let's see. What we got in here? Ruby, branch, and turn that, break that down, break that down. Huh. Oh, wait. I don't even need those ice grenades anymore. Windwalker boots, +4 dexterity. Sure. How am I doing on health? Eat some stew. Okay, how do I get to that building then that Yatsli mentioned? Through there, most likely. Don't interrupt me. Christ!
Another glorious fact.
This place feels familiar. Hurry, let's go inside.
Nothing up in this level.
This is the library from my dreams. This looks like the Akita building this place. Clearly they wanted their story preserved. Imagine the cost.
The Keaton tablet that looks relatively new and half finished. There's some diagrams that imply the unintelligible text about a ritual of some kind. Without being able to read a Keaton, that's all you can glean.
I wonder who she was. She looks sad and familiar. Garlowain's gonads. Envoy? I never told you this, but I've dreamed of this place every night for most of my life. This is a godless library. An actual, real-life godless library.
I don't know about real
It's
life.
why I study the godless, because this place has haunted me since I was a child. And that's the chair. It's the picture of coziness.
Wait, if dreams can be real now, we might need to keep an eye on our teeth.
You do know what it means to lose all your teeth in your dreams, right? Finally, you've arrived. Ah, there it smells. That took 10 years off my life. Wait. You must be the librarian from my dreams. Oh, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Oh, though, you do look quite familiar.
You could be twins. Except your hair's better.
It has been quite some time. Too many years to number. Of course. You are an ancestor? A very fashionable one at that. No, child. We are the keeper of these tablets. Or have you already forgotten? Oh, of course. I was you in a past life. Oh, I'm such a fool. You lived with animancers, and yet the idea of awakening to your past lives never entered your mind.
This is definitely sounding like one of Giada's ghost stories.
I am was the last of the Akita. Once the attacks started, a few of us were charged with preserving as much of our history as we could. So we retreated with as much as we could carry.
The attacks? You must mean...
The Magfolk attacks. Yes, we've... heard...
Is that the reason for the bodies outside?
Yes. Your monstrous gods, who bought their divinity with blood and the souls of their faithful. They tried to butcher every last one of us.
Clearly not Odekin then.
No. For some reason, Wodekin beliefs didn't really take off here, Envoy.
But how did the Magfolk reach you in here? They didn't. Between the screams of my kin being slaughtered and the screeching of the Magfolk, I couldn't breathe.
That's the screeching I heard in my dream, Envoy. I knew I recognized it when we killed that Magfolk.
Once it was gone, there was nothing left. And perversely, I found the quiet worse. So I decided on another way. One that wouldn't give your gods the satisfaction.
Poison? Well, at least you washed it down with some good wine.
Oh, is that Razor Guild dust? Tell me, did the cardiac failure begin before or after the seizures?
Oh, you're just a barrel of fun, aren't you? Yatsley, you know what you must do now. I abandoned my duty to protect our history, but you... Someone must tell the story of the Akita, and there is no one else. I'm already an expert. What more do you want me to do? Oh, think about it, Yatsley. You have been training to be the new protector of this collection since childhood. I couldn't ask for a better successor. But that was your duty. I have my own dreams. Yatsley, if you do not become the new librarian, there will be no other. The stories of the Akita will turn to dust, and my people, our people, will be forgotten. Just as the burned queen wanted all along, when she sent her magfolk to choke the life from us.
This is all too much. What do you think, Envoy?
There isn't anyone else who can do this, huh?
I'm already intrigued. You don't need to lay on the guilt, Envoy.
I'm so glad that one of Sapadal's chosen stands with you, Yatsley. Our time is at an end, Yatsley. It's time for me to go.
Wait! I've not even asked you any questions! Tell me about your marriage rights. And oh, did you mean for all your buildings to look so phallic?
Unfortunately, my time is at an end. You must keep Yatsley alive. She is the last hope of the Akita.
So this is goodbye. I wish we could have... No. I wish that all of you had a better ending.
Choose well, Yatsley. And good luck.
She's gone. Forgive me, Envoy, but we should get going. We can talk back in camp. Later.
Okay. Now that Ow! Okay, that hurt.
Don't think so, dear. There's nothing there.
Oh, god damn it. Here. Okay. Now that I have everyone, now that I've seen everyone's dreams, let's go back to camp. I want the sarcophagus, but I can't get that current. I don't want to run all the way back.
All this time, I thought my parents died in a freak accident. An experiment gone awry. A mistake. And in a way, they did. But it wasn't their mistake. It was Sapadal's.
Does knowing that help?
That's what I keep asking myself. This whole experience has me considering my family's work in a different light. Look at what my mother accomplished. Armed with her research and her wits, she found a god. When you speak to a god, it's nothing. Barely a reflex. But for the rest of us, it's unimaginable. No Animancer can live up to that. Certainly not me. I thought their legacy was a curse, and I could only break it by completing their work. I was wrong.
Don't sell yourself short. You can still do incredible things.
Of course I can. But now, I can do them for the right reasons. One thing is certain. When it comes to animancy, I need to unlearn some of my old assumptions. I wanted to tame the spirit of the living lands. Now, there's so much about it I don't understand. And it's creepy, but wonderful.
Wonder if Sapadal would be willing to assist you.
They probably won't even notice me. But stranger things have happened. I believe the power flowing out of the garden drove this island mad. That has to end. Through animancy, we could help the living lands recover. It would take a lifetime, maybe more. But that's a small price to pay. Then again, who am I to interfere with an ecosystem that I barely understand? On the other hand, half the fun of animancy is stirring the pot and getting into trouble. I think I know what I want, but there are too many variables to consider. What do you think?
You owe it to yourself to continue to read. No, I trust you to make the right decision for yourself.
Of course you trust me. I'm brilliant. But we've been together long enough that I value your opinion.
You owe yourself to continue your research and grow as an animancer.
I have a lot of catching up to do, and plenty of room to grow. But I think you're right. So be it. Starting today, I don't have to live up to anyone's example. Animancy can be whatever I make of it.
Your mother and father would be proud.
I know they would be. And not just because some ancient plans told me so. Now I just have to decide which field of research to pursue. But no need to bore you with the details. I've only got one lifetime as Giada Castel, so I'd better make it count. Hey, you helped me through a very difficult time. I just wanted to say thank you.
If anyone's gonna lead the way for animancy, I can't think of a better fit than you.
Okay, let's upgrade some stuff before talking to Yachts League. So I can fully upgrade my Animancer Swallow. Jingle, jangle, jingle. Equipped a... okay. I don't have enough money, of all things. Ugh. Ugh.
Hey, Giada.
I don't know how to sell all those stones I got.
Oh, Envoy. Have you recovered yet from our chat in the library? I don't think I have yet, but maybe talking it out will help.
Perhaps you just look at things logically, you can come to a satisfying conclusion.
Well, it's worth a try. It's just... we already have a lot to take care of, don't we? We have a god and an empire both vying for our attention, and now I have this legacy forced on me. I was already unsure what to do, and now a third option appears like the world's worst surprise. But it makes sense. My whole life has been about the godless in one way or another. It explains why I knew the language, why I felt so drawn to the ruins.
Maybe you should talk it over with Kolichi, get his perspective.
I love the man, but he'll just be endlessly supportive, the fiend. And trying to send a letter when we're on the move like this? It's a struggle. It's not an answer I would have expected, but it's an answer. And now that I know, I kind of thought, well, honestly, I feel more full. Like a puzzle piece sliding right back into place. No matter what happens, even if my path doesn't lead to the library, I feel better than I have in ages.
I'm glad you get your answer no matter what happens next.
So am I. I think... For the first time in my life, I don't know what to do.
Congratulations, Yardsley. Now you're just like the rest of us.
No matter what, I've always known exactly what I want. But this is the first time I've had more options than time in the day. What do you think?
It's your life. You know Zaya's better than I do.
I ask because I want your advice, Envoy. Please. What do you think?
Your whole life has been about the godless. You can't stop now.
You're right. The Akira have been with me my whole life, in one way or another. I owe it to them and myself to see it through to the end. Thank you, Envoy. I've been agonizing over this for longer than I want to admit. Finally picking a destination makes the journey a lot easier. Oh. But I am not looking forward to telling Quilici.
He'll understand. Your happiness and fulfillment are everything to him.
Well, come on. We've bigger things to deal with. Literally, in Sapadal's case. Much as I'm loath to relinquish the spotlight, we should be off. And Envoy, thank you, truly. Now, let's go.
Okay. Exit previous location. Oh, how nice. Megfolk Orson. Life is a prayer. My faith has been rewarded. God function has sent unto me a kith, a dwarf named Theodore, who awakened me with Megran's prayers. Theodore worships me, and in his prayers I see the reflection of pray back. And again I have purpose. Theodore tells me he comes from a settlement named Solus, and that in this settlement there once dwelt a dwarf named Nandru, who received divine knowledge from no divinity. For the first time in many multiples of task time, I think that I can truly pray. I can fulfill God function. I must go unto Solus, discover all traces of the insisted, and utterly extirpate whatever remains of them. Praise God function.
I'll never understand the Akitan love for death traps.
I'm starting to think they can kill themselves off.
Okay, where's the last one then? Seems I can stop all these, so we're... Oh, there it is. Crap. Okay. I keep hitting B for some reason to jump. Broach a spreading flame. Well, I don't use fire damage all that much. Oh, I'm playing Dragon Quest Builders too. That's why I keep hitting B to jump. Okay, good. Another camp,
This
which
place
is...
seems less like a death trap. Maybe we could stop, catch our breath.
Oh, now that I unlocked it, we're going back so I can open the sarcophagus.
There's always a weird sort of quiet on the eve of battle. I'm feeling that now. Seems like a good time to gather our thoughts and share a drink before whatever's coming.
Right. This seems like a perfect place to stop and relax.
Though it's hard enough to tell what's real here without a belly full of drink.
Sounds like you're nervous, dearie.
I'm feeling all kinds of ways. Anxious, excited, scared, hungry.
I feel it as well. It is only mortal to feel overwhelmed in the presence of the immortal.
What about you, Yatsli?
Well, I won't lie to you, Envoy. A lot's happened. It's not every day that you learn that you're the last hope to carry on a legacy. Well, here we are. Never literally talked to myself before either. I think I annoyed her. Me? Oh, I think I need another drink. But here we are. I just need a moment to take it all in.
All the time you need.
Thank you, dearie. I'll be ready by the time the fun starts. And I wouldn't worry. Our little group here is perfectly frightening, and I'm sure our enemies would agree. We'll be fine. I can't speak for anyone else, though.
You okay, Giada?
I think so. The garden is so much more than I expected. Full of contradictions. Wild, yet serene. Truthfully, I didn't come all this way searching for my own answers. But I found them. Or perhaps they found me. And now, it's like there's a new path laid out before me. A life after the Dream Scourge. We're close to something. A threshold between calm and crisis. Conflict and peace. Life and death.
I feel it too. Glad I'm not alone.
So am I. None of us could have gotten this far on our own.
How about you, Marius?
I had a feeling you might ask me that. I'm not sure I've really worked through what I've seen here, but I am grateful for the chance to see Yonko again. I feel like we're almost done with all of this, but we are in the weirdest place in the world, so who knows? I'm completely baffled. But when haven't I been lately? Being afraid doesn't even feel scary anymore.
Kai?
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. Getting to see that vision of Tama did me good. Like, I finally let go of something I'd been holding too long. Now that we're here, I'm eager to see this through. Nothing worse than holding your breath and waiting.
Glad to have you with me, Kai.
Same. I'd rather have good company in a prison than paradise alone. You've listened to all of us. How about you? You've been through a lot since you arrived. You've been shipwrecked and assassinated, harangued by gods, bureaucrats, and a death guard. You've had your soul poked, your loyalties questioned, and your sleep regularly interrupted by a god with no respect for privacy. And yet you've kept yourself and all of us together. How are you really doing?
Truth is, I'm terrified.
Under the circumstances, that's entirely reasonable.
Join the club.
I'd be more concerned if you weren't scared. Did you think we'd judge you for that?
No, you've been very understanding.
We try, darling. We try.
None of us thought this would be easy. For you, most of all. We've survived our own hardships. Now we'll survive yours.
When we first met, I didn't think you'd last long. But then I saw how you handled that dream thrall there. Shook off your own death like a bad cold. And then you confronted your own killer and let him go. Takes a special kind of strength to stay your hand in a moment like that.
I didn't know much about you at that point. You were traveling with Kai and you died, which I thought made a lot of sense.
I remember your calm. How you listened to my shouting match with the governor and actually heard me. And when they burned my home, you gave me another one. A sanctuary where I could be myself. I'll never forget that.
You were my hero right away. You rescued me from those spoilings. You got my priceless face. What more could a girl ask for?
And now look at you. Look at us. How far we've come in a short time.
5 oddballs and a mission to confront the god. What could go wrong?
Quite a lot, as it turns out. But the journey is worth it.
Not to raise the sails before the anchor, but we left trouble in our wake. Fjord, Thirdborn, Solace. If we make it out of here, it won't be to a living land's suddenly at peace.
Just this once. Could we forget about the rest of the living lands? Some of us could use a break.
Oh, that doesn't mean it's Giada's scary story time, does it?
I thought my stories were insightful.
If we can't take a moment to ourselves on a floating island outside reality, then I don't know where we can.
Everyone get some rest. We could all use it.
Right. We could all use some beauty rest. We'll want to look our best on the battlefield, won't we? Sleep well, my friends.
Exit here. Okay. Open the sarcophagus. Alright, what do we got? Medium armor, splint mender. Your attack restored essence and plus 100 maximum essence, huh? Oh, that's better, but I don't like the loss in the additional damage reduction and maximum stamina. And I can't afford to upgrade those things right now, so looks like we're doing this. So, yep, looks like we're going. One camp to another, just exit here. Okay, let's take a look at the map. Which way do you want me to go? You reset the waypoint. I'm not gonna do, oh, there it is. Alright. I hate this lost fallen form. I hate its feet. I hate its hands. I hate its calves. I hate its thighs. I hate its empty loins. Hate its solid belly. I hate its metal chest. I hate its clumsy arms. I hate its upturned begging face. I do not want to be this kind of thing I am. Life is a prayer to resent the will of the God function in our design to withdraw from God. I penalize myself with blows to the belly and the soles of my feet. I is the word for the emancipation of God function. We is the word for the emancipation of God function assigned to this task. The task is done. There is no more prayback. What do we do? What do I do now? If I cannot do, what can I even be?
Safe to assume that the large glowing door is part of Sapadal's prison? Now,
Nice of someone to mark that spot for us.
I think we've found Sapadal's home.
Okay, how do we bring down that barrier then? Ooh, ow, 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 ow. Alright, water's not good. I cannot drink here. Okay. Okay. I cannot swim there either. Alright, let's see.
Nice of someone to mark that spot for us.
I think we've found Sapadal's home. Safe to assume that the large glowing door is part of Sapadal's prison? Now, we'll just have to get past it.
Let's look around. There's got to be a mechanism somewhere around here.
Okay. Wait, come on, now is not the time. Okay. Alright, Topaz. More money things I can't spend. Or sell.
I don't know why, but it feels like we're being watched.
Don't fall. Okay, let's turn those off at least. Ugh. Please let me draw health from you. Let's top off my essence. Whew, okay.
We make a good squad.
Oh, severed Mecha arm is a quest item, huh?
to see something so badly.
Oh, really? They're not? Oh, how great. Alright, take care of those ads real quick. Oh, come on! Whew, okay. Blasts with branches aren't all that useful when I don't have any money to upgrade my thing. My equipment.
Thank you for facing that with me. Let's go deal with your god.
Okay. Oh.
Looks like the gate's open. Well, what are we waiting for?
Keep your guard. We gotta live to tell this tale.
Give me some health. Those space layers do a lot of damage. Come on now. Whew, okay. Loot. Pittance a coin, not actually, not enough to do anything with. Copper. Just, really, give me something of value here. This is the mechanism. I thought that was sparkles. towards the stairs are broken.
You have come at last, after so long. You are so small. We questioned if you were real. Then steps, a voice. Through armies and corrupted soil, you persevered. Now, you are here.
Despite the best efforts of other
They
gods.
choked our light, clipped our wings, pinned our hands. We felt only the bars, the shackles. They did not explain. We wish it could have been different. We only wanted connection. But the other gods imprisoned us, left us to suffer alone in this place. But you are here now. You found us, a sprout in the endless winter. There is little time. We would be freed from these bonds. The Strangler is close now. We feel her wire against our flesh.
You mean Wodaka?
She begs for our blood. Her wolves defile the city on the shore.
Wait, is something happening in Paradise?
Blood on the tile. The people's cries ring in our ears. She pierces us now. Now, we will not brook this. Not again. A spark. Wait. The essence bends here. Time flows into itself. You can reach her. Will the garden to open. It will take you there.
Send my body across the living land, even... yeah, but you and Archman shouldn't do that.
We strain, but we could clear the way. We were everything. What have we lost? What multitudes could we contain? We could run, leap in the water, flourish in forgotten hills.
We need to talk about what you did, Sapadal.
We must. We shall. We have been thinking of this. We mourn our past. We only seek peace now. A chance to regrow.
I will set you free, I promise.
We trust you. You who have been by our side for so long. You met death, and you offered your hand.
Yoglyph was troubled. He didn't need to die for it.
And where is your mercy for us? You know we deserve better than this. Give us peace. We want a chance to change. We deserve that opportunity.
If you can promise you will be better.
Do you think we have learned nothing from you? We deserve more than this prison. Let us have a chance to rest. We want peace. Or do you have no more mercy for us than you did for the bear?
What are you talking about?
The beautiful thing you killed. Already you have forgotten. We asked what you would do with an animal that sickened after a fight. Do you remember what you said?
Close the wound, disinfect it, heal it.
More than anything, that is what we desire too. Treat us as you would the bear. Clean our wounds, heal us. Grant us the same. The time has come for you to act. End our pain, and the dream scourge will cease. Give us peace. It is all we have wanted for so long.
I will free you. Just show me how.
Center your thoughts. Reach for us. Clear the fog. Tear down the gates. We were so blind, so lost. We brought such horrors to this place. We feel bright. We had forgotten what it is to live. We will grow, tend, flower. We will always remember this. We will remember you when you are ash and soil and mold.
Sapadol's Fury. Unleash the power of Sapadol to lift all nearby enemies into the air. And slam them down, dealing high damage. I really should start bringing a pillow whenever I talk to you.
Andra's depths. Are we back in Dawnshore? Already?
This is Sapadal's doing. I'm certain of it. No power in Aora could transport us so quickly, or so far.
What happened here?
Looks like the war already started, and the giant roots are winning.
Marius, vines don't usually get that big this quickly, do they?
Based on their growth and size, I'd say we've been gone 2 or 3 weeks.
2 or 3 weeks?
Hey, at least you didn't let 6 years go by.
Who knows if the garden affected time, or merely our perception of time? Assuming there's even a difference.
It's like how a body fights an infection. The fever gives you strange dreams that feel like an eternity.
Look at this place. Feels like we're still in the dream. And not just us. Those are more your people's ships in the harbor, and steel garrote banners past the barricades. That can't be good.
Even Ringrim is here. Perhaps we get to see an Archmage in action.
I think I see Elia as well. What a strange reunion this will be.
The Blessed Wardens are here too. That conflict we've been trying so hard to prevent started without us.
Ambassador Hilgren must know something about this.
If he didn't start this himself.
The Steel Garrote have been itching for a fight this whole time. This would have happened with or without us.
Agreed.
Before we go, what happened back there with the Dream Scourge and Sapadal?
I freed Sapadal from her prison. The Dream Scourge is over.
I'm not sure. That's good, right?
It's a relief that the Dream Scourge won't be a problem. I only hope we can say the same about Sapadal. Time will tell, I suppose.
After all this time, they're free. And the living land is free to heal.
We've cured the land, and we've even freed a caged god. All in all, rather a successful day.
War has no mind of its own. No one will care about what we've done.
You've saved the soul of the living lands. Now the survivors fight over its bones. We should take a look. See if we can get ahead of whatever storm is brewing down there.
People seem to be gathering west of here. Whatever's happening, let's be a part of it.
Finally, a merchant.
Envoy! What does the Garrote think they're doing?
Whoever takes Chopirdes, they are in charge.
What's the point of exploring if you just want to plant your flag everywhere?
Is everything in the Imperium alright?
They broke some glass, but the map is safe. They didn't think I was worth the trouble.
Right now, that's a good thing.
If you're looking for survivors, a few of us fled to the Balrog.
How many?
I'm not sure. I saw Sapiento. Gods, I hope they're not trapped in there. I am sorry I can't be more help.
You done enough.
You always were a forgiving friend.
We should move. Let's hope the Garrote hasn't made it to the Balrog yet.
Envoy, wait! Before you go, I may have something for you. I took some supplies when I ran. If you think they'll help, they're yours. I'll even give you a discount. You know, for saving the city and everything.
Okay. Sell. Umbra's Promise. Toggle stash items. Sell all this stuff. It's the end of the game, so I want as much money as I can get a hold of. To make sure everything's fully upgraded. Give me all the glasswood you got. Camp. Give me all the glass. Give me all the all these. And that should hopefully be enough. Oh, here, and take all these. Okay.
Across the living lands. Oh, Envoy, how good to see you here as we stand together at the brink of this historic event. I don't know if thank you is precisely what I want to say, but I am grateful to you for bringing Dolna's theft to light. Paradise burns from the torches of the Steel Garrote. The people of the living lands stand ready to defend their home.
Will you be recording today's events for the archives?
Yes. What happens in Paradise now will decide the fate of the Pargrunen after all.
What's the plan if Paradise falls?
We will find a way to persevere. We Pargrunen have a gift for surviving inhospitable conditions, and always have. Whatever the outcome of the upcoming battle, do not forget us. I fear that more than our deaths. If Edir and the Steel Garrote have their way, they'll strip the history books of any mention of our culture and our ways. Future generations will only ever know us as an appendage of the Empire. I hope it doesn't come to that.
That won't come to pass, I promise.
I hope so, Envoy. I truly do. That's as much as I'll say. You have a role in deciding what happens next. Do the right thing, Envoy. Let history remember you for the correct reasons.
Actually, were there any familiar faces up here? Aside from him. Oops.
Why
Not
is there
just
snow here?
Paradise citizens.
Ringgrim's work. I heard she made it snow.
Ringgrim.
We meet again, Envoy. And you, Yardsley. You're always a prodigious and welcome sight.
Oh, yes. Always a pleasure to see you, too.
Paradise burns. Thanks to Ludwig and the Steel Garrote laying siege to it. But the Dream Scourge is gone.
What are you doing here?
I bear witness. Heroes and villains will arise from this moment in mortal history. I find such occasions irresistible.
How many have written their names in history before your very eyes?
So very many. Too many to discuss right now. But we'll talk about them someday. I promise. Still, I do think the world has been irrevocably, if minimally, changed by your actions.
I freed Sapodal. That is incredibly word-changing.
Perhaps. A new god being set loose on the world is certain to have consequences. Mostly, I'm curious about whether you think you've made the right choice.
What the past is behind us. What matters is what we do now.
Not thinking about one's choices is still a choice. I wonder if you will have more hindsight with what happens next. I am interested in seeing the outcome of your story, Envoy. With luck, it won't end with you also on fire.
I hope it ends in a long nap and some excellent food.
Mortal comforts are so very adorable. All you desire are your base needs lavishly fulfilled. Goodbye, Envoy. And Yardsley, I do look forward to when all of this is done. I am eager to work with you.
Oh, yes. We'll, discuss that later.
Okay, what about over here? Conclave camp. No, nothing up there. What about, okay, anyone else?
Giata, where have you been? Envoy, I knew you'd show up eventually.
It's good to see a familiar face. How are you?
My revenants were just getting comfortable in Thirdborn when the Steel Garrote stepped out of line. When I heard tensions were brewing, I thought to myself, this is a job for the undead. So I gathered the flock.
Good thinking. Nice to see you, Iala.
Likewise. I'll keep them on a tight leash, just in case the Steel Garrote breach our defenses. Better to have them and not need them. Oh, and I've been meaning to thank you. Whatever you did in the garden seems to have worked. My revenants are docile again. No more rude displays of aggression. I couldn't be more proud.
Dream Scourge is behind us, thankfully.
Indeed. The metaphysical currents of the living lands are beginning to settle. Best of luck out there. And don't worry about a thing. My flock will keep us safe and secure.
Thank you, Elia. My compliments to the flock, as always.
I wasn't worried until she said that. Let's get out of here.
Enjoy the time with your flock?
We're not losing anyone else. Not if I have a say in it.
How's Casagrada? The Steel Garrote have...
I'll stay back here. The others can provide close range support.
I'm not running. Not this time. Can't let the others down.
If you're wounded, find a place to lie down. Someone will get to you before you bleed out. If I seem distracted, I apologize. I'm tending to the fallen, as you can see.
Let me know if you need anything.
Believe it or not, we have more than enough supplies. The Clavager knew this day might come. Unfortunately, my hands are full with the dying and the dead, and there's too many of both. If I don't get any sleep, I might be the next casualty.
Take a break. You're no good to anyone
I suppose
exhausted.
I've earned a couple of winks. You look like you could use a few. The next time we see each other, I just hope the fighting's done.
Get some rest, dearie. I'm sure people will still be dying when you wake up.
Okay. Marius!
If we make it out of this, I'm going on vacation.
Envoy, didn't think I'd be seeing you again. From one battlefield to another, eh? Dream thralls and now this. Ludwig's a loose cannon, and the Steel Garrote don't answer to anyone but her. This place won't be safe for adherents for decades, even if she wins. Gods help us all.
Okay. Let's have camp, talk to everyone, and upgrade. Upgrade. Big iron hip. Equip a fully upgraded weapon. Oh, I need more glasswood branch. Ah. Well, that's for upgrading the weapon I don't use as much anyway. Alright.
So, here we are. The first and last battle for the living lands.
Can only hope it's the last.
Try praying instead of just hoping. That might work better for you. Metaphysically, the battle is already over. Sapadal is free, and the Dream Scourge is gone. But politically, we have a small mess to tidy up.
We have unfinished business with the Steel Garrote.
I intend to send a message to the Steel Garrote, and it won't be subtle. Anyway, who knows what tomorrow will bring, so let's be grateful for today. You've earned a little peace of mind.
I'd settle for one dreamless night under the stars.
Get some rest then. Let me take the first watch. Besides, I need to tinker on the phantasmal focus. Make sure it's ready for war. Don't stay up too late.
Okay. No, let's not. You want to know more about the dialogue,
There
then
you are, Envoy.
play the game yourself.
You ready for this?
It's definitely good and definitely should play. I don't think anyone can be ready for a situation like this.
You're probably right. I guess it helps we have a god on our side, right? I mean, a god beats a skeleton knight any day. This is just cleanup. Just figuring out who controls the living lands from here out.
Right. This is just politics.
Someone once told me that war is just applied politics. Never really understood what that meant. Anyway, you should get some rest. Oh, if you need to rehearse any speeches or whatever, make sure you do it in front of someone else.
I got a really good one about the founding of Solus.
I promise you I've heard it. Talk to you later, Envoy.
Jada still wants to talk.
We should take a moment to acknowledge what happened back there. You liberated the god of the living lands. Now they are unchained, free to do whatever they want. That's quite a gamble you made.
I trust Sapadal to do the right thing.
I admire your confidence. If not for you, Sapadal would still be pacing their cage like a wild animal. Which means you have leverage over a god. How do you plan on using it?
To be honest, I haven't thought about it.
No time like the present. Sapadal's imprisonment shaped this island. Now that everything's changed, I'm curious what will happen. We cannot know if the living lands will normalize or destabilize as a result of our actions.
Either way, things cannot continue as they have.
For better or worse, change is inevitable. Maybe you'll find some comfort in prayer, now that one of the gods is listening. I hope you don't mind me bringing it up. The subject matter is a bit much for our little camp.
For you, anything.
You're too kind. I want you to know this has been an unforgettable experience. Wherever we go from here, I'm grateful to have been a part of it. Until next time.
Okay.
If I must.
Looks like everyone's talked, and now we exit. Kinda have expected Sapadal to say something, even though she's free.
Envoy? Is it really you? Mihala told us you went into some place called the Garden to seek a god?
When you didn't return, we took you for dead.
What did you see there? The god you felt in Makutadek?
The origin of the Dream Scourge? It was the act of a god this whole time?
Everyone, please, please.
We could get to the bottom of this if you would only let them speak. It's been weeks, Envoy. What happened?
I met the gods of the living lands and freed them.
Sapadal was responsible for the Dream Scourge. Their rage, their confusion, their fear.
But the plague isn't over. Dream Thralls still litter Shatterscarp.
There won't be any new infections. We've put a stop to that for good. Unfortunately, there's little we can do for those already in the grip of the Dream Scourge. We can give them comfort, nothing more. This will be a process. The Dream Scourge was never going to simply go away overnight.
I suppose it stands to reason. I found that a quick fix is often anything but. What of this god, then? What does it mean that you freed them?
Wodka imprisoned Sapadal in the garden. I let them out.
Wodka, no doubt, saw Sapadal as a threat to her authority. So, she killed the godless and imprisoned their god.
I assume it is this god we have to thank for the roots tearing apart Paradise? They erupted from the earth the moment those bastards stood up their first siege tower.
Naku Tedek was riven with those things, not to mention what they did to the land.
We saw similar destruction at Nakuku Bell. If these roots and the Dream Scourge are the work of a god, and the gods thought it best to imprison this god, how could you let such a creature go free?
Sapadal is afraid of Indiran invasion and Wodka's return. They didn't mean to hurt us.
For now. Who's to say they don't get their feathers in a ruff again and wipe us all out with a tsunami?
It was Adir's arrival that disturbed Sapadal. We'll have nothing to fear from this god once we expel you from our lands.
Sapadal's power ravaged my people. I don't know that I can ever trust it.
Keeping watch over Sapadal was a sacred task Nandru gave us when he left. For that reason alone, my wardens owe them their allegiance.
Well, whatever happens, I suppose we can't put the godling back in the bottle now. But come, we have more pressing matters to attend to. The Steel Garrote have attacked Paradise. Inquisitor Ludwine has already joined the battle. She must have traveled like the wind to get here so fast.
What do you know about this attack, Ambassador?
Well, you might not believe me, but I didn't want any of this to happen. It was Ludwine who called for the attack.
I didn't hear an answer, Ambassador.
She and her Steel Garrote laid siege to the city, shortly after you beat her to the garden.
What's the status of the opposition?
We brought as many Hale and Able from Thirdborn as would come. But after the Dream Scourge and our losses from Nakuku Bell, we could spare so few. I worry it won't be enough.
Likewise, my wardens are still reeling from effects of the eruption. The keep was saved, but there is much to repair, particularly if we are to endure a siege. Most of my men remain at the keep. I can't risk them against the Steel Garrote for the sake of Paradise, not when we are so few.
You know the state of the city.
We've had no news from inside for several days. From what we can observe, southern Paradise is in pieces, and the remaining militia batters at the gates to no avail.
Is there nothing our people can do?
Given the state of our supply routes after the Dream Scourge, and the Steel Garrote's destruction, we expect the people trapped inside will run short of fresh food and clean water in a matter of days.
Plans for a counterattack.
Well, that's been a point of debate. We can't agree on how to stand against the Steel Garrote, nor who should lead the effort.
Nobody wants to risk their people at the front.
So you let the Parodies militia go it alone?
Even if our meager forces should make it inside,
the siege won't end until Ludwig does. And none of you know how to kill her.
Precisely.
What does she hope to achieve?
The lawful settlement of a new Adiran colony, supposedly. Or the establishment of a Wodican state. She could win with a godlike in her ranks. Your presence would serve as a powerful endorsement.
It's unrealistic to assume these people will roll over and surrender.
I suspect that's rather the point. If they don't believe in the strength of her conviction, remember, she has an obligation to Wodica, and neither the Steel Garrote nor the Queen that was look kindly upon Oathbreakers.
Why did she attack Ludwig? Why did Ludwig decide to attack Parodies
because
now?
a victory here would discourage resistance elsewhere. The better question is, why didn't you stop her?
Excuse me? She's a 7-foot-tall skeleton powered by her devotion to the goddess of retribution. This isn't my fault.
Sure. Just blame the dead woman. Very mature.
Who else should I blame exactly? Our envoy, perhaps? For not stopping Ludwig and the Tusks?
You could start with blaming your own incompetence.
Judd has a point, Ambassador.
Ludwig's the muscle. I'm merely the personality. What was I supposed to do? Frown her into submission?
What good are you as a diplomat if you can't even keep your own beast under control?
The Inquisitor was so convinced the Living Lands would unite against Adir that she's nearly made it true. One people, one law, one true God. That's Ludwig's vision for the Living Lands.
That's more than that, isn't it? The foundation of Adir are crumbling.
That's what Ludwig thinks. Adir doesn't revere Wodica as fervently as it once did. Worship of Mogrin, Berith, even Aethys has gained a foothold. Many no longer trust that the gods are listening. Some question whether they guide the wheel at all. The Empire lost its foothold in the Eastern Reach. The well-bred avoid child-rearing in pursuit of cosmopolitan pleasures. The Church is weak against them. In a world of soul against soul, Ludwig believes we have lost ours. The Empire must change, or it will die.
You had to guess at what she'd do if this is what she thinks.
How could I know what paths her convictions would take her down?
Almost.
You and I both know she is not the only one in the Empire who feels this way. Even the Emperor can see, in some sense, that she's right. Why else would we be here?
You think the Living Lands would stabilize under Adiran rule?
I can't wait to see how you weasel out of this one.
I know it will. We are leading by example, returning order and dignity to Parodies in the wake of the Clavager's death. We will do the same to the frontier, given the chance.
Where was order and dignity when you burned Fior Messivernal?
My administration had nothing to do with that, as I know you know. Adiran rule and rule by the Steel Garrote would be markedly different beasts.
Spoken like a fucking diplomat. Splitting hairs when it all comes from the same head.
Order and dignity. That's what you think we're missing? Bastards! All of you!
You will take it all, whether the chance is given to you or not.
Enough of this. What happens next?
I've answered your questions. Now I would like you, all of you, to answer mine. Ludwig has sent a message to the Emperor informing him of her attack. He will send advisors and reinforcements swiftly in response. What will his representatives find when they arrive? A new colony? A budding grave room?
Raven Deern system government with the Empire overseas, vessel territory.
Before you face Ludwig, you should know what you're fighting for. All of you must decide, together. But whatever you decide, understand, the days of the frontier are done. Adir will come. Indeed, we are already here.
I have another idea. How about a united living lands?
Oh, Envoy, no. Do not suggest that lightly. Think of the Emperor. There would be reprisals. Ones which this conclave could not survive, fractured as you are. Not unless you came together and formed a nation of your own. It would be difficult. No, impossible. I'm certain you would fail. Think of your people, all of you. Think of the lives at stake.
What do you guys think?
We deserve our autonomy, even if we must fight for it. Anything less would be surrender.
Fleeing someone else's laws and authority is one thing, setting up your own is another. We're an island of misfits and dissidents. We'll still have to surrender some of our autonomy, and we won't agree on what that means overnight. We'll be vulnerable. Without allies, other powers will see us as ripe for the picking. Know that this is a hard road to walk.
We were fine before Adir came. We'll be fine when they're gone.
I think we ran things perfectly fine before your kin got here.
Soon the assembled leaders.
Though I'm hardly eager to work with any of you. I like the idea of twisting beneath Adir's boot heel, even less. So long as the Wardens can continue our vigil, I'm open to uniting, if you are.
It's a nice idea, but consider the costs. If we walk away from a relationship with Adir, we're leaving a lot of trade on the table. But the people of Thirdborn have friends in the world. I'm sure we'd find our way through.
With the Envoy's support, we'd have a god in our pocket. What could the Empire do to stop us? Together, we could repair Thior, and create such miracles of animancy the Living Lands will become the envy of the world. It would be the honor of my life to stand with my people beside you all.
Sapado?
Risk into bounty. Does the winter frost dissuade the seeds? Many fruits on our boughs. We graft many leaves into strength.
Tell me about the other possibilities.
Of course.
I know what I'd like to do.
Well, don't leave me in suspense.
I believe we should fight for united living lands.
Oh, gods have mercy.
Solus and her Wardens stand vigil with the living lands.
By grit and steel, Thirdborn stands with the Living Lands.
Fjord and her animancers stand with the Living Lands.
We deserve this opportunity. Thank you for believing in us.
Fighting a battle together is easy. I just hope everyone's willing to stick it out when it comes to the politics.
Gods, they made the right decision for once.
Finally, some sense permeates the proceedings.
On your head be the consequences. That leaves the matter of Ludwine and the Steel Garrote. She will never surrender, Envoy. You must kill her, or we will lose Paradis, and eventually the island. So long as her passion for Wodica lives, so too will her spirit.
Then we destroy her faith, and the rest of her will follow. I have a theory about this. Let's talk at camp if you want to hear it. But I think we can kill her.
Oh, good. That would be easy.
It is not, I think, impossible.
I will break Ludwig on the battlefield. Let no man stand who tries to stop me.
The living lands will never be free until we break the chain around our necks. Ludwig must die her final death.
She better say her goodbyes while she can.
I'm proud to fight at your side, Envoy. One last time.
Let's get to work then. We've got a walking corpse to bury.
The Paradise militia will be at your back. Give her no quarter. The future waits for you.
I'll do my best.
Show them that the living lands will not be broken across Vodka's knee.
We will send reinforcements to help you reclaim the Eastern Gate. From there, work your way to the main plaza.
Understood.
May all the gods of Eora and the living lands protect you.
Let's take back the city together. Show the Steel Garrote how the living lands takes care of its own.
Time to stop the Steel Garrote. Lead the way, Envoy.
Let's go free a city, shall we?
Okay, talk to people.
You should get some sleep. Big day coming up.
I will. I'm just checking on everyone.
Well, I'm just fine. More or less. I've been in a lot of dangerous situations, but it's always been a fight to survive. It's just a fight. Putting my life on the line for someone else's cause. It's the opposite of survival. It's foolishness.
You're right, it doesn't make sense, but sometimes it's necessary.
You know, I've never seen a bear go to war. They fight for survival, not for causes. We're about to go out there and risk our lives for what? The concept of how things ought to be? We might die, all to determine who sleeps in the nicest house in Paradise until the island decides it's time for a change. It's fine, really. But it's some blessed day Sokka when you think about it.
Might turn you into a soldier yet.
Nope. Not if I have anything to say about it. I'll be all right, Envoy. You go get some blessed day rest.
Yada?
Can't sleep? Neither can I. We're going into battle for the soul of the living lands, rallying under the banners of the Paradise militia. Your Emperor will not be pleased.
I have influence in court. My report on the living lands will change minds.
Political influence is dangerous. If you aren't careful, it can turn against you. When a godlike fights in battle, people take note of which side. The Adirans will doubt your loyalty. The locals will doubt your commitment. You may even doubt yourself. This is the first time you were told to pick a side. And I fear it won't be the last.
The living lands accepted me for who I am. I can't forget that.
All we ask in return is that you do the same for us. From what I understand, your ambassador is very persuasive, very powerful, and very accustomed to getting his way. For a politician like him, losing a battle is not a defeat. It's an opportunity. When he promises you the world, don't listen. He'll fill your head with lies if you let him.
Oh, noted.
I'm glad we understand each other. It's good to see you fighting for the misfits and rabble-rousers. Time for you to get some rest. We have a big day ahead of us.
I'm gonna cross Ludwig again. Are you concerned?
In truth, I'm not as worried as I used to be. I've been thinking about the Inquisitor. Formulating a theory, you might say. A Death Guard clings to their existence by force of will. Stubbornness, unfinished business, that sort of thing. Ludwig is held together by faith, and that may be her undoing.
Because Sephiroth challenged her faith.
Precisely. Faith is the foundation of her reality. faith in the righteousness of the gods. But according to her faith, Sapadal should not exist. A new god independent of hers? Blasphemy. By that logic, you shouldn't exist either. And yet here you are.
So I can't just destroy her, I have to destroy her faith.
That's my point, exactly. I think you already have. You are the godlike of a heretical god. A contradiction to her reality. Can you imagine how much she needs you to die? Her entire worldview depends on it. Who knows? Maybe that uncertainty is enough to make her mortal again. Or maybe not. I'm just theorizing as I go. Whatever happens, I want to see it for myself. For the research.
Okay.
You too.
Exit here, and let's change this for the final battle. Jetta is a bit of a support, so having her will help.
It's no use.
Okay, time for the final charge.
Good shooting, Kai.
Wow, those guys went down faster than I was expecting, to be honest. Axe, dragon hide. Honestly, shouldn't really bother looting unless they run low on potions, which I don't think is going to happen. Why am I lagging? I seem to have stabilized in any case. Not only my stream, but my computer was lagging too. Oh, hey there, big guy! Well now.
We shall tear your enemies apart. Foolishness.
Well now, I didn't expect to see him here. Peak performance, reach the next level. Take the eastern gate. Alright, character. Resolve. Up again. Now let's see. Let's put some secrets of rhyme. Rim or whatever.
To your left.
I'll hang back and watch the game.
That's one for us.
Alright. Oh, goody! People with guns. No point looting.
What was that?
Everything's there. Okay, come on now. Gather all this essence. Top off on some health. Back off, damn it. Alright, top off on health. The hell is that? Come on now.
I can take care of the plaza on my own.
I'll teach you.
Okay.
Monica demands your submission. Stand against her and fall.
That's Ludwig ahead. Lead on. I'm with you to the end.
There you are. So, you survived the garden. Did you come all this way just to try your luck again? To kill me more efficiently than last time?
Oh, you died twice by my count. Maybe a third time's the charm.
You'll get your chance.
Then what are you waiting for?
Look around, Envoy. Heelguard should have listened. He tried to bring order through compromise. He failed. Order is meant to be imposed by a stern, guiding hand.
Her order wields sharp steel. She must set down her blade.
This isn't order, Ludwig.
Oh, but it is. Some wounds must be cauterized in order to heal.
Cauterized? Your troops have nearly burned Paradis to the ground.
The only question is, what's to be done with you? You, who were once so bright and promising.
Her mind is already made up. She's just toying with us.
Sapadal's chains are broken, which means your soul is in their grasp. I don't know how deeply you've been compromised, Envoy. And if I don't know, then I cannot suffer you to live.
Sounds like you've already made up your mind about me.
Judgment has been passed. Now comes the sentence. Steel yourself, Envoy. Make this a fight to remember, even in death.
We would not welcome her death. There is still ample shade for her beneath our tree.
I won't fight you, Ludwin. I don't need to.
You will. You must. You have no choice. Face me and die with honor, or fall to your knees and die as a coward. How you die doesn't matter, but you will die. Every vestige of Sapadal must be wiped from this earth. The Burned Queen demands it.
We are a challenge to her authority. She is afraid of what we mean.
Wodika's frightened of Sapadal. They exist outside her power, a new heir to the throne of the gods.
Blasphemy. Sapadal is a clot in the heart of the world. What should they matter to the true gods of Aora? Your god will meet their end just as soon as I'm through with you. Hear me, Envoy. I am the avatar of the Burned Queen, the goddess of retribution. I am her sword arm, her will in the world. And so long as I can fight, I will be her champion.
You sound tired.
Failed to ensnare the living lands, and we are free. How long until Wodika finds a new avatar?
Oh, your plans lie in rule. Sapadal is free and I am alive.
I've done all that I could. She sees that. She must. It isn't my fault. Whenever you could, you stood in my way. I believed we were alike, Envoy. That when the time came for you to prove your loyalty, you would choose Adir. I believed the dream of our future, of our resurgent empire, would move you as it does me. And if that failed, I believed the Burn Queen would stop you.
But
Yet
she
here
hasn't.
you stand before me, my enemy, unopposed by the gods. Why?
The worm of doubt gnaws at her soul. Where was Wodika when she needed her most? Where is she now?
If Wodika really believed in you, she would have made sure you won. She wanted you to fail.
No! The Burned Queen witnessed my devotion and accepted me as her champion. I don't need anything else. I can still prevail. I must.
I see no Burned Queen here. Wodika abandoned you.
I feel her fire in me. I know I do.
Do you?
Wodika, my lady! Where are you?
No answer.
Oh, she despises you. Despises... No, she doesn't love you anymore, if she ever did.
No! It's not true!
Shame. Suffocating shame.
You doubt.
Stop! I can't!
Give up, Ludwin. It's over.
No! 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 Forgive me! Wodika!
Now that's the kind of final battles I
Wherever
enjoy.
Ludwin is now, she must be seething.
Of course, we'd be happy to kill her again, if needed.
She's done for. we're not. Whatever's next, we'll face it. Together.
Gods, you're all gonna make me sick. But carry on.
Unraveled at last. We no longer feel her wire against our flesh. We are free always. We are free forever.
Silence falls over Paradise, as though the city is holding its breath. Then you hear it, the ringing of a distant bell, the waving of banners, and cheers of victory. After a short and bloody conflict, the dust has finally begun to settle. You feel Sapadal close to your thoughts, stirring with interest. The god of the living lands is observing this moment, unfettered by confusion or fear. For the first time in centuries, they understand. The Paradise militia rallies to you, the outsider who defended them in their hour of need. Whatever happens next, you have won their confidence. You take a moment to reflect on the calm. Not so long ago, you arrived at these shores on a simple errand, which turned out to be anything but simple. The Dream Scourge is over, and the island has been cleansed of plague. A time of healing and mourning follows. People look to you for answers about the source of the affliction. You tell them the truth, how the plague came from a power beyond mortal understanding, and how it is finally at peace. Thanks to you, the Living Lands has escaped Adiran oppression. The free settlements unite under a common banner and begin the fraught process of negotiating new traditions and values. The Empire withdraws. The frontier remains wild, but not for long. Fugitives no more. The rebels of Paradise return to their home and to other free settlements, bringing their skills and secrets wherever needed. For once, they have a future. The Oracle Sargamus emerges from the Temple of Aethys, unburdened by any purpose but for the one you gave him. He makes the long voyage to the Deadfire Archipelago and travels in the footsteps of his god, giving aid and comfort to those wronged by Aethys where he can. When his energy flags, he recalls the compassion you extended him, and he returns to his work with renewed devotion. His new labors cannot fill the hole left by his god's passing from the world, but they give him succor during the long hours of the night. He dies alone in the Deerwood, beloved of no one, but remembered by all he knew. He does not forget you. The refugees of Emerald Stair resettle in Thirdborn, bringing their skills and research to aid the local community. What starts as an uneasy partnership blossoms into a bond of trust. Through shared adversity, they find common ground. The ashes of Fior Messiverno continue to smolder. Scavengers avoid the ruins, fearful of spirits unleashed by animancy gone awry. The once promising city is nothing but a cautionary tale. For the people of Shatterscarp, independence is bittersweet. Those who cannot withstand the grief inflicted by Ringgrim's spell leave the settlements, vanishing into the wilderness. Those who remain find themselves forced to cooperate with others, often begrudgingly. With so many dead, the need to stave off hunger outweighs any distaste for certain trading partners. Solace Keep clings to its long-held isolation at first. But after mourning her friend Kostya, Mihala reluctantly deigns to open the doors of the fortress. Some dwarves greet newcomers with glee. Others still mutter darkly about outsiders. Mihala flounders in her earliest negotiations with the rest of the Living Lands, but slowly learns compromise. She develops a taste for Valian sweets. For the first time in many years, Kai feels an agreeable restlessness. Not to flee, not to drift,
but to venture. He visits the distant shores Tama told him about, and savors the modern marvels, ancient wonders, and breathtaking expanses he beholds. His heart swells, not with grief, but with awe. There is so much to discover, and he will spend his years chasing all of the joy and beauty the world has to offer him. With many of his anxieties and lifelong fears addressed, Marius now feels very differently than he did when he first met the envoy. Still far more comfortable in the wilds than among people, he nonetheless finds that his worries about the unknown were merely self-protection against the traumas of his childhood. Armed with this knowledge, he finds himself more capable of living in civilization, and far less fearful of his home in Galawain's tusks. While he never regains his former place as a warden of Solace, he spends his time traveling between Solace and Thirdborn, acting as a stubborn ambassador between the two. Giada continues to improve as an animancer. She dedicates her work to the spiritual health of the living lands, nurturing instead of exploiting. Others follow her example, seeking her tutelage from lands far and wide. In the years to come, rumors spread of a secret society gathering in the wilderness, where animancers work in harmony with nature. The dream of Fior Mes Iverno lives on in her. In a past life, Yatzli was given a task: protect the history and knowledge of the godless. Now, many lifetimes later, she continues upholding that oath. She moves into the library in the garden, spending her days poring over the clay tablets there. But not even the letters from, and rare visit to, her lover help ease the loneliness that fills her days. Freed from torment for the first time in centuries, Sopadal turns their prodigious curiosity to the people that shaped them. They observe the ways their people live, and they think deeply about what they see. Though they flinch away from moments of violence, and they grieve souls returned to them too soon, the rage that once shook cities to rubble no longer rules them. Instead, they come to you with questions. They want to understand. After a time, they begin, tentatively, to garden. Where they can, they improve the lives of Kith, and the suffering that troubled them is reduced, if never fully eradicated. Their grief compels them to love, and they love unreservedly, with the power of a god. Sopadal pours a fragment of their power into the statue they claimed from the temple of Aethys. Newly embodied, they roam the living lands and learn to experience the world as Kith do. Their first attempts at locomotion are clumsy, and a stand of innocent trees is violently returned to the wheel. But as their confidence grows, so does their grace. Soon, they are bounding across the plains of eastern Dawnshore, leaping the river gorge in Emerald Stair, scaling the shark's teeth of Shatterscarp, and fearlessly wading into the Tusk's acid sea. When they break, they come to you to put them back together, and in time, they learn to fix themselves. They wander far afield. You see less of them, but they are never far from your thoughts. And on the rare occasion they return, they always bring you something beautiful and strange. The sounds of celebration pull you out of reverie. Many are waiting to greet you with open arms. You take a moment to catch your breath and savor it, because everything is about to change.
Alright, that actually seemed to have worked out for the most part. Yeah, I kinda do regret giving or making Yatsli be the library instead of staying with her loved one, but other than that, everything basically turned out exactly how I hoped it would. And with that, we end a major series. Like I said, with that we end a major series, and starting next week, we'll be continuing more Monster Hunter and probably a bit of Doom Eternal. Maybe something else, I'm not sure yet. Only going to be streaming, I know for sure twice next week. Might stream on the weekend, but definitely gonna be doing it Thursday or Wednesday and Thursday because I got an appointment on Friday during when I normally stream, so I won't be streaming then. All right, everyone. Thanks so much. Thanks to anyone who watched through this entire journey with me, past or present, or maybe sometime in the future. Then I'll see you all next Wednesday. All right. Bye bye.